Before the first dawn broke over Olympus, there was a soundless realm beneath all others, a kingdom without sunlight, ruled not by rage or glory, but by silence. Its master, unseen and uncelebrated, bore no crown of gold, only the weight of inevitability. His name was Hades. Tonight you will descend into his story, not as a villain, not as a tyrant, but as the most misunderstood god in Greek mythology. Beneath the earth's calm, a hidden truth waits, that death itself was never his curse, but his calling. So as the torches dim and the underworld stirs awake, ask yourself, what does it mean to rule over endings and still crave something eternal? In the beginning there was chaos, not destruction but potential, a silent sea of nothing, waiting to take shape. From that void stirred Gaia, the earth, heavy and fertile, and Uranus, the sky, infinite and proud. Together they birthed the first beings, the Titans, the Cyclopes, and the one-eyed giants who forged the first storms. The universe was young, and its pulse was uneven, creation too eager, destruction too shy. Among the Titans, one name rose and ruled, Cronus, the devourer of time. He was cunning, paranoid, and convinced that the throne he carved from his father's ruin would one day be stolen from him by his own child. And so he swallowed them one by one. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Poseidon, Hades. Each child disappeared into his endless hunger, condemned to live in silence within their father's stomach. Only the last-born, Zeus, escaped, hidden by his mother Rhea, who replaced him with a stone wrapped in cloth. Years passed. Inside Cronus, the swallowed gods did not sleep. They dreamed. Hades, though unborn to light, felt the heartbeat of the world above. He heard the clash of stone and wind, the laughter of Gaia, and the loneliness of the dark. It was there, in that strange womb of death, that he became acquainted with stillness. When Zeus grew to manhood, he returned with cunning equal to his father's. He tricked Cronus into regurgitating his siblings, and from the Titan's collapse, 6 divine forms emerged, gasping, radiant, newborn once more. And in that moment, Hades saw light for the first time. It was not the soft warmth of dawn, but a violent, divine brightness, the light of rebellion. His eyes, unused to such brilliance, narrowed instinctively. The others reached upward, hungry for the open sky. Hades looked downward. Something in the darkness called to him, a gravity beyond the mortal realm. But first there was war. The Titanomachy, a 10-year storm that shook existence. The earth split, mountains screamed, oceans fled from their beds. On one side, the old order, the Titans, children of earth and sky. On the other, the Olympians, children of light and will. Hades fought beside his brothers and sisters, not with thunder or sea, but with silence. His gift from the Cyclopes was unlike the others, the helm of invisibility. While Zeus commanded lightning and Poseidon conjured quakes, Hades vanished, unseen, unheard, striking from shadows. His war was one of patience, his weapon fear itself. The Titans, so used to grandeur and force, could not fight what they could not see. When the last blow fell and Cronus was cast into Tartarus, Hades stood quietly at the edge of victory, calm, uncelebrated, and necessary. It was time to divide the spoils of creation. 3 brothers drew lots before the gathered gods. Zeus won the sky, Poseidon claimed the sea. Hades received the underworld, the unseen realm beneath the earth, where the dead would dwell. Some whispered it was punishment, but Hades said nothing. He looked at the ground, at the quiet soil that birthed all life and received it back again, and he nodded. He understood something his brothers did not, that every kingdom must end somewhere, and his, though hidden, was eternal. When he descended, the world dimmed. The air changed. The surface grew still. Through caverns of amethyst and rivers of lightless silver, he built his palace of obsidian and bone, not as a tyrant's fortress, but as a judge's hall. Its walls did not echo screams, but prayers, the quiet ones, whispered by those who feared to be forgotten. He became their answer. From his throne, Hades ruled not through wrath, but through order. He separated the shades of heroes from the restless, the kind from the cruel, the remembered from the lost. He gave each soul its rightful place, Elysium for the virtuous, Tartarus for the wicked, Asphodel Meadows for the ordinary. He saw everything, every life, every end, and never once did he interfere. To rule death was not to command, it was to preserve. Above, the other gods feasted, sang, and built temples in marble and gold. But Hades remained below, crowned in shadows, his name spoken softly, as if to utter it too loudly might call him near. Yet even in fear mortals honored him. For all knew that sooner or later all roads, no matter how bright, bent downward. And so the first shadow of death entered the human heart, not as horror, but as knowledge. To die was not to vanish, but to return to Hades' keeping. He did not judge with cruelty, nor comfort with lies. He was the one constant truth in a world of gods ruled by impulse. In every myth that followed, in every love lost, every hero fallen, every mother who wept, Hades was waiting. Silent, steady, eternal. Was he cold? Perhaps. But in that cold, there was fairness. And as the fires of war cooled and Olympus rose in triumph, one truth remained buried beneath its marble foundations: that all kingdoms, all thrones, even those of gods, rest upon the patience of Hades, the unseen king who keeps the world turning by holding what others cannot bear to see. The shadows deepen now, as his realm begins to breathe, and somewhere beyond the horizon of mortal sight, a faint sound stirs, the echo of a river flowing without end, whispering promises to the dead. What waits for the souls that follow it? And who stands guard at the gates of eternity? The sky trembled before the war began. No bird sang, no river dared move. Even the light hesitated, as if the heavens themselves knew that the battle to come would not simply crown new gods. It would redefine creation itself. The Titanomachy, the war between the first generation of Titans and their rebellious children, the Olympians, was not fought for glory. It was fought for balance, for the right to choose what kind of world would exist. Zeus stood atop Mount Othrys, lightning circling his fists. Poseidon raised his trident and called the oceans to war. But in the shadows of that storm, another god prepared, one whose weapon was not sound or flame, but silence. Hades. From the forges of the Cyclopes, Hades had been gifted a helm unlike any ever crafted, the helm of invisibility. With it, he could vanish into the fabric of air itself. No Titan could see him, no monster could trace him, no curse could bind him. His war would not be fought in light, but in absence. When the first thunder fell, the world cracked open. The mountains groaned as armies of immortals clashed. Titans wielded mountains like spears. Rivers turned red with celestial dust. From the abyss of Tartarus came their monstrous allies, storm serpents and fire giants born from chaos. But while the sky burned, Hades descended. Beneath the fields of ruin, he carved his path through shadow. Where his brothers struck loud and proud, Hades struck unseen. He severed Titan supply lines, shattered their hidden chains of magic, and whispered confusion into their dreams. The Titans feared the unseen. They fought what they could not name. Every campfire they built flickered with doubt. Every step they took echoed with the thought, "He is here." For the first time in eternity, the old gods began to tire. Cronus himself stood high upon his black throne, wielding the sickle that once unmade his own father. His eyes blazed with betrayal. He had eaten his children to prevent this, yet here they stood, older and stronger than he could comprehend. Zeus thundered across the clouds, calling to Hades and Poseidon. Together, the three brothers closed their circle. They had no map, no prophecy, only trust. When Cronus raised his weapon, lightning met stone. The strike shattered time. Poseidon hurled waves so vast they drowned the sky, and Hades, invisible, silent, slid behind his father's shadow. With one whisper he struck. Cronus fell, not to death, for Titans cannot die, but to imprisonment. His body was bound in chains of light, his spirit sealed within the deepest vaults of Tartarus. And when the last cry of rebellion echoed away, A new sound filled the air: peace. For the first time, peace. But victory carried consequence. The brothers stood among the ruins, gods without guidance. The world lay broken, waiting to be divided. It was Hades who first spoke. His voice, low and measured, carried more weight than thunder. The war is over, but what becomes of what we've won? Zeus, always the leader, proposed the sky, the domain of storms and kingship. Poseidon claimed the sea vast, free, and unending. And then came Hades. The third lot fell to him, the underworld, the unseen realm beneath all others. Some say he frowned. Others say he simply nodded, as if this had been his path all along. The truth? Hades did not see it as punishment. He saw it as balance. He had watched his brothers rule the chaos of light and motion. Now he would rule the stillness, the space between life and eternity. The others built palaces of marble and cloud. Hades would build something eternal, a kingdom that never decayed. Yet even as he descended, a question lingered, a curiosity buried deeper than any cave. Did the Titans truly fall? Legends whisper that deep beneath the underworld, in chambers no god dares walk, the old gods still stir, muttering in chains, dreaming of return. It was there, in that echoing dark, that Hades first sensed the paradox of existence. Every victory contains the seed of its next downfall. Still, he did not fear it, for where others sought dominion, Hades sought order. As he crossed into his realm for the first time, the air itself bent to him. The torches along the cavern walls lit without flame. Shadows folded neatly where he walked. Even the stones seemed to recognize their master. This was not hell. This was harmony. He named the rivers that circled his new kingdom: Styx for oaths, Lethe for forgetting, Cocytus for lament, Phlegethon for purging flame, and Acheron for sorrow. 5 currents of existence, flowing forever, dividing and reuniting, like the cycles of life and death themselves. At the heart of it all, he built his throne, not of gold, but of polished obsidian, carved from the bones of the earth. Beside it, he placed a single torch, its light eternal, its flame motionless. Above, Zeus raised his throne on Olympus, surrounded by laughter and song. Poseidon shaped the sea and filled it with creatures of beauty and terror. But Hades sat alone, content, watching the souls arrive one by one, their stories flickering before his eyes like stars in a reversed sky. He understood then that his kingdom would never end, because death, unlike life, does not change. It only continues, and though history would cast him as villain, those who understood the oldest truths saw him differently. As the keeper of equilibrium, the god who made existence safe by giving it boundaries. The war had ended, but a deeper one was beginning. The quiet, eternal battle to keep creation in balance. And so Hades waited, silent, patient, his eyes reflecting the glow of that motionless flame, because he knew, above him, his brothers' realms would rise and fall. Cities would burn, temples would crumble, kings would forget their oaths, but all would return here in time. Every god needs an ending, and every ending in the end belongs to him. But peace does not last forever, even in the land beneath the sky, because soon, the gates he built to hold the dead would have to open. When the smoke of war thinned, a strange stillness claimed the heavens. The Titans were gone, their thunder dimmed, their chains echoing somewhere far below. The world lay bare, raw clay ready for new hands to shape it. The victors stood among the ruins of eternity, 6 siblings who had unmade their own makers. But victory, as the poets later said, is merely the first breath of consequence. What had been conquered now had to be divided. And so, before the ashes cooled, the gods gathered at the edge of the universe, on the plane where light meets darkness, to decide the order of all things. Zeus spoke first. His voice carried the electricity of newborn storms. "Let each take a realm," he said, "as fate decides. No envy, no regret." His words were noble, but behind them shimmered ambition. The others saw it and said nothing. Power had always loved the sky. Poseidon's eyes gleamed like the sea he longed to command. Hera watched, untrusting. Demeter clutched the fertile soil at her feet. Hestia breathed quietly, the warmth of future hearths flickering around her. And beside them stood Hades, silent, observant, unreadable. They cast lots. 3 shells of destiny fell to the ground. One carved with the sigil of storm, one marked by waves, one etched with shadow. Zeus reached first and drew the heavens. Poseidon followed and claimed the sea. The last shell lay waiting, dark, heavy, humming with unseen depth. Hades stepped forward. For a moment all sound faded. Even the wind paused to listen. He lifted the shell and felt the weight of its meaning before the inscription glowed across its surface. The underworld. No laughter greeted the choice. No pity either. It was simply accepted, as if the cosmos itself had always meant it so. Zeus clapped his brother's shoulder. "Do not mourn," he said, half teasing, half uneasy. "Yours will be vast." Vast indeed, thought Hades, though none of them yet understood how vast darkness could be. He descended alone, through caverns unlit since creation. He walked until the air itself thickened with memory. Behind him, the heavens ignited in celebration. Ahead, the ground pulsed like a sleeping heart. He was crossing into the world's subconscious, the realm beneath all dreams. There he found rivers that glowed with faint inner fire, flowing without wind or source. He found fields of silent ash where no seed would sprout, and chasms where voices whispered the names of things yet unborn. This was not a wasteland. It was foundation, the soil of existence itself. He built carefully. At the center, he raised a throne of black crystal, not to dominate, but to anchor. The throne shone faintly, mirroring the life above. When a mortal laughed, a spark trembled across its surface. When one wept, a ripple darkened it. Hades understood. His realm was reflection. Every joy, every pain, every heartbeat would echo here in eternal symmetry. Yet rulership requires more than solitude. The earth's womb needed structure, and so he gave it laws. Souls would enter through the river Acheron, guided by Hermes. They would stand before the judges. Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus, men once mortal, now eternal arbiters. The righteous would dwell in Elysium, fields of perpetual spring. The wicked would descend to Tartarus, prisons of lesson more than cruelty. The many ordinary souls would wander the asphodel meadows, neither punished nor praised, proof that existence itself is the middle path between extremes. When the order was complete, Hades looked upward. He could not see the sun, but he felt it, distant as memory. For the first time since birth, he smiled, not with triumph, but with comprehension. The world above and the world below were halves of the same pulse. Without endings, beginnings would lose meaning. Without rest, creation would collapse under its own weight. Above, Olympus rose, white towers piercing cloud. Zeus reveled in worship, Poseidon in the thrill of motion. They ruled through sight and sound. Hades ruled through stillness, and in that stillness lay permanence. Occasionally he surfaced. In caverns near Delphi, mortals claimed they saw him pass. A figure cloaked in night, eyes calm as winter stars. Offerings were left at the mouths of caves. Black rams, coins, and honeyed wine. Not gifts of love, but of respect. Mortals feared him, yet somewhere in their fear was gratitude. For every seed buried in soil, every sun that set, was a quiet prayer to his realm. And so the cosmos found equilibrium. Sky, sea, and shadow. Zeus ruled the volatile heavens. Poseidon, the restless waters. Hades, the steadfast depth. Between them stretched the realm of mortals. Fragile, luminous, brief. But harmony, like glass, is clearest just before it cracks. For in this perfect order, another force stirred, longing. Even gods are not immune to it. And in Hades' heart, so disciplined, so detached, something faint began to move. A curiosity toward the living world, toward warmth, toward the things he was never meant to hold. He did not yet know her name, not yet, but the earth would soon tremble again, not from war, but from desire disguised as destiny. For the god who ruled endings was about to meet the beginning of his own story. And above, far from his dark kingdom, spring was blooming, unaware that soon, its flowers would be stolen by shadow. There is a realm beneath the soil where dawn never reaches, yet it breathes with quiet life. To the mortals above, it is death. To the gods, it is mystery. But to Hades, it is home. The underworld was not born, it was built. Every layer, every river, every echo was shaped by intention, not chaos. When Hades first entered his domain, the air shimmered with stillness. There was no wind, no cry of bird or beast, only the sound of his own footsteps against the stone veins of eternity. The path wound downward through obsidian caverns, their walls lit not by flame but by phosphorescent veins that pulsed like the heartbeat of the world. As he descended, Hades could sense the surface fading behind him, the chatter of gods, the light of the sun, the laughter of Olympus, all dissolving into the hush of his inheritance. He reached a vast plain where the rivers met. From above, they might appear like cracks in the world's foundation, but here, they flowed like silk ribbons through shadow. The river Styx encircled the realm, a black mirror where oaths were sealed. Its waters shimmered faintly with divine promise. To break an oath sworn on it was to dissolve one's very essence. Within its circle coiled Acheron, the river of sorrow, its currents slow and heavy with the weight of regret. Then Cocytus, the river of wailing. Its mist formed from every unspoken apology humanity had ever buried. Phlegethon, the fire stream, burned not with destruction but purification. And finally, Lethe, the river of forgetting. Its surface so calm it reflected nothing at all. Hades named them not to frighten, but to define. For in his heart he understood. Without boundaries, existence loses form. Even the gods require edges to know where they stand. The souls began to arrive soon after, the first humans who died when the age of mortals began. They came as shadows of memory, neither flesh nor ghost, guided by Hermes Psychopompus, who appeared like a breeze that moved without sound. At the gates of the underworld stood Charon, the ferryman. His eyes, pale as mist, never blinked. He took the coin placed beneath each mortal tongue, the obol, payment for passage, and ferried them across the Acheron. For those who arrived unburied or forgotten, their voices joined the whispering fog, doomed to wander until someone, somewhere, remembered their name. When Hades first saw this endless procession, he did not recoil. He felt something like solemn pride. These were not prisoners. They were proof that the cosmos functioned. The living would die, and through death, life would endure. It was not cruelty, it was continuity. At the heart of his realm, he built the Palace of Shadows, a city not of darkness, but of muted light. Its walls were carved from volcanic glass, reflecting faint glows from unseen stars. The ceiling arched high above, painted by unknown forces in patterns that resembled constellations that no mortal sky had ever shown. The great hall was silent save for the distant hum of the rivers. There were no thrones of gold or jewels here, only one seat of obsidian, smooth and solemn. Upon it Hades sat, not as a conqueror but as a custodian. He observed his realm with meticulous care. The souls of heroes shone faintly, their memories flickering like lanterns. The unremarkable drifted softly through asphodel, blending into the eternal fields of gray lilies. The cruel and corrupted were drawn downward, pulled by gravity itself toward Tartarus, where their echoes would learn what pain they had left behind. Yet even in such symmetry, there was beauty. From cracks in the cavern floor, pale flowers grew. Asphodel blooms, the only living things in the land of the dead. They needed no sunlight. They fed on memory. The ancients believed that when one was remembered by the living, these flowers opened slightly wider. And so, remembrance became its own form of resurrection. When mortals prayed to Hades, they did not beg for escape. They asked to be remembered. They called him Pluton, the wealth giver, not for gold or grain, but because every seed planted, every harvest reaped, came from soil enriched by death. Beneath the surface, every decay was creation waiting to begin again. Hades listened. He did not answer. for his voice was not meant to reach the living. But sometimes, on certain nights when the wind carried the scent of rain and the earth grew warm beneath the moon, mortals claimed they could feel a hum rising through their feet. A pulse, gentle but vast. The heartbeat of the underworld itself. That was Hades acknowledging them. Even gods, after all, require connection. But his would always be distant, measured, balanced, respectful. Centuries passed. Civilizations rose and fell. Empires sang his name in fear and reverence alike. Yet Hades never sought temples of marble or praise. His kingdom was built of silence, and silence cannot be worshipped. It can only be understood. Still, there were moments, fleeting quiet, when he would look upward through the cracks in his cavern roof. Faint threads of light filtered down, remnants of the sun he would never touch. And though his expression did not change, there lingered something behind his eyes, a kind of yearning. For what is eternity without warmth? Perhaps the gods of heaven and sea laughed in their revelry. But in the deep, Hades learned something truer. Peace does not live in laughter. It lives in stillness. And perhaps he thought that is why mortals feared him, because they feared peace more than death. But soon, peace itself would be disturbed. Somewhere above, among the meadows of Demeter and the scent of blooming spring, a figure would appear, one whose footsteps would echo all the way down to his silent throne. Her arrival would shatter the perfect order of this realm. For even in a kingdom without sun, love finds a way to bloom. There is a sound beneath the underworld that even silence obeys. A soft, steady flow, like thought itself turning over in its sleep. It is the river Lethe, the river of forgetting, and its waters glimmer with a light that does not belong to fire. They are pale, translucent, whispering to every soul that draws near. Let go. Hades built no bridge across it. None was needed. For the living, Lethe is legend. For the dead, it is temptation. Every spirit that arrives from the mortal world carries a burden. Regret, longing, unfinished words, and all of it weighs heavier than death. When they stand before that tranquil current, they face their final choice. To remember or to be free. The first souls feared it. They clutched their memories like armor. Without remembrance, they murmured, "What are we?" But Hades, from his throne, watched the ripples and understood a truth they could not. Memory is light, and too much light can blind. He did not command them to drink. He simply waited. The underworld has no clocks, no calendars. Time is patience personified, and in its patience, clarity blooms. Eventually, one soul, an old farmer from Arcadia, bent and tired even in death, stepped forward. He looked into the current and saw his own life, the fields, the laughter of his children, the long drought that had broken his spirit. He smiled once, whispered his wife's name, and bent to drink. The water touched his lips, and his form softened like mist. The wrinkles faded, the burdens fell away. When he opened his eyes again, he remembered nothing, and for the first time he felt peace. Word of this act spread quickly through the meadows of Asphodel. Souls who had clung to grief for centuries began to drift toward Lethe. Some drank eagerly, others watched in hesitation. Each sip was surrender, each surrender an unmaking. And yet, the more that forgot, the quieter the realm became, the smoother its rhythm. The underworld exhaled. Hades would sometimes walk alone to the river's edge. He never spoke, but the current seemed to sense him, curling upward in small silver spirals that glowed against his dark cloak. He did not drink. Gods cannot forget. Perhaps that was his burden, to remember everything so that others did not have to. Hermes once asked him, as the messenger lingered between worlds, "Do you envy them?" Hades did not answer at first. His eyes followed the water's motion, endless, effortless. Then he said softly, "To forget is to lose the weight of love, and love, even heavy, is sacred." Hermes nodded, but said nothing more. Beyond Lethe's banks grew gardens unlike any other, fields of white poppy and ghostly willow that drooped into the current. Mortals who dreamed on earth claimed to see those same flowers bending over them, brushing their foreheads with unseen hands. They called them dreams of cleansing. The philosophers later wrote that such visions were the soul remembering what it had once chosen to forget. In these gardens, the shades who had drunk from Lethe wandered quietly, without fear or purpose. They did not know their names, nor the faces of loved ones, yet they glowed faintly with calm. To the living they would have seemed empty. To Hades they were perfected, for only those who forget pain can truly rest. But not all souls were ready. There were the stubborn, the warriors who demanded remembrance, the mothers who refused to release the image of their children. They lingered beside the river's curve, torn between longing and relief. Hades watched them with understanding. "There is no law," he murmured once, "that demands peace. Even the dead may choose unrest." And so he built resting places along the river's edge, alcoves of stone where memories could echo harmlessly, like music fading into distance. The unready found comfort there. The poets of later ages imagined Lethe as punishment, as erasure. But they were wrong. It was mercy, the mercy that even gods crave but seldom receive. Sometimes, when the flow ran brightest, Hades could see faint reflections upon its surface. Faces of the living who, in their sleep, brushed against death's threshold. Children fevered with illness. Sailors lost at sea. Lovers dreaming of those long gone. The river reached upward, touching their minds for a moment, gifting them the gentlest forgetfulness, a night without grief. It was then Hades understood the strange symmetry of creation. The same water that washed sorrow from the dead also soothed the living. All boundaries are illusions. He began to think often of balance, of memory's twin oblivion, and of his own heart, which held both. Could a god forget himself? Could eternity grow weary of knowing? In moments like these, he would close his eyes and listen. The underworld, usually so still, seemed to murmur. The souls were speaking through the river, their memories dissolving into collective song. A hymn without beginning or end. It was beautiful in a way no temple chorus could ever match. Perhaps, he thought, this is what mortals call grace. Above him, seasons changed. Mortals planted seeds, loved, and lost. The earth spun its endless circle, unaware that the peace they prayed for each night began here, in the whispering current beneath their feet. Sometimes, Demeter's laughter would drift faintly from the upper world, carried by root and echo. Sometimes, Zeus's thunder would rattle the stone ceilings of his domain. Yet through it all, Lethe flowed, steady and patient, reminding him that even the loudest gods would one day need quiet. Hades turned away at last, the river's reflection fading from his cloak. He left the souls to their peace and walked back toward the throne that awaited him. But something followed. A scent, faint as early spring, earth after rain, petals on the wind. He paused. The air shifted. Somewhere far above, on the sunlit plains of Greece, a young goddess was laughing among the flowers, unaware that her fate had already begun to bloom. The god of the underworld raised his eyes toward the unseen roof of his realm. For the first time in an age, he felt something unfamiliar: anticipation. The river of memory had given mortals peace. Soon, another river would teach him passion. Spring had never looked so fragile. Above the world of shadow, meadows burst with light. Poppies, crocus, the trembling green of new shoots. Among them walked Persephone, daughter of Demeter, laughter scattering like petals in the wind. She was youth itself, unwritten, unburdened, untouched by sorrow. And far below, Hades watched. He had never cared for the mortal seasons. Yet on this day, the air of the underworld seemed restless, the rivers humming a tone he did not command. When he looked into the waters of Lethe, he did not see his reflection. He saw hers. Sunlight on hair the color of ripe wheat, eyes that mirrored spring after rain. Desire was foreign to him. It was movement, and Hades was stillness. But desire is patient. It finds the cracks in any armor. The god who ruled endings felt, for the first time, a beginning. For weeks he resisted. The underworld needed its keeper. Balance depended on his calm. Yet every time a soul passed before his throne, he found himself listening for laughter that was not there. Even the Furies, his tireless servants, noticed the pause in his voice. Then came the day Demeter turned away to bless the harvest, leaving her daughter alone among the flowers. The earth sighed, a long, deep exhale, and the ground beneath Persephone's feet trembled. From that rift rose a chariot of onyx and flame, drawn by midnight horses whose hooves struck sparks from the air itself. The world held its breath. Hades emerged, cloaked in stillness, his face unreadable. He did not shout or roar. He simply looked at her. "You," he said softly, "see beauty in every dying petal. You already belong to me." Before fear could find her, the chariot leapt forward. The earth closed, sealing sunlight above and leaving silence in its wake. Mortals would later call it abduction. Poets would paint it as crime. But in the heart of Hades there was no malice, only inevitability. He had taken nothing. He had answered a calling neither could deny. The descent was unlike any journey before or after. The horses galloped through tunnels of crystal and molten gold, through caverns where the roots of trees shimmered with the memories of the living. Persephone's tears fell, and wherever they touched stone, white flowers bloomed. Narcissus, the bloom of transition. When at last the chariot slowed, they entered a world without sky. Torches lined the road, burning with ghostly blue fire. The air was cool and sweet with mineral scent. Persephone, trembling, looked up at her captor. "Is this death?" she whispered. Hades shook his head. "This is truth. Everything that lives must pass through here, even spring." He guided her through the palace halls, the same obsidian corridors that had once seemed so empty. Now, with each of her steps, color seemed to return. Pale light spilled across the walls. The still air began to breathe. The god who had ruled silence found his kingdom murmuring again. At the throne he turned to her. "You may hate me," he said, "but you will not be alone. This realm has needed a heart." Persephone said nothing, yet her gaze drifted toward the fields of asphodel, where millions of souls wandered aimlessly. She felt their longing, their half-life, and something within her shifted. For the first time she saw beauty not in blooming, but in endurance. Days, though time meant little here, passed. Persephone learned the rhythms of shadow, the glow of the Elysian dawns, the sigh of Lethe's tide. She began to speak to the shades, to listen to their stories. Under her care, the meadows brightened. Souls who had once wandered listlessly now sang faint hymns as they drifted. The underworld was changing. Hades watched, silent as ever, but something in his gaze softened. The god of death had never smiled. Yet one day, as Persephone knelt to touch a new blossom rising from the dark soil, he almost did. Above, Demeter searched the earth, calling her daughter's name until her voice cracked the sky. Fields withered, rivers shrank, mortals starved. Olympus trembled under the weight of a mother's grief. Even Zeus felt the world fading into frost. Meanwhile, in the quiet deep, Persephone began to understand. She was not prisoner nor victim. She was balance. Her mother's abundance and Hades' restraint were two halves of a single truth. Life and death are not enemies. They are rhythm. Still, her heart ached. She missed the wind, the warmth, the scent of grain. One morning she found Hades by the garden of Lethe. "Will the world above forget me?" she asked. His answer was steady. "The world forgets everything in time, but not I." It was then that she noticed the single pomegranate tree growing beside the river, its fruit glowing crimson in the dim light. Whether by fate or choice, she plucked one seed and tasted it. It was sweet, sharp, eternal. When Hermes arrived soon after, sent by Zeus to broker peace, he found her changed. Not the frightened girl of spring, but a queen cloaked in calm. Her eyes carried both dawn and dusk. "I will return to my mother," she said, "but part of me must remain. I have eaten of this world. I belong to both." And so the seasons were born. Each year Persephone rises to the sun, and the earth blossoms. Each year she returns, and the leaves fall. In her departure the soil sleeps. In her return it dreams. Even now, Every seed planted in autumn waits for her touch to rise again. Hades did not rejoice when she left. He merely stood beside the river Styx, watching the faint reflection of spring fade from its waters. He had gained not possession, but understanding. Love is not ownership, it is return. When she comes back each winter, the underworld brightens, the rivers sing louder, and for a brief moment, death itself feels alive. The god who once ruled alone now rules beside her, the queen of the living dead, whose throne is carved from both sunlight and shadow. And somewhere, far above, the first snow begins to fall. Not as sorrow, but as reminder. Even endings can bloom again. The world above had never known stillness until the day Persephone vanished. Where her laughter once danced through the wheat, there was only wind. Where blossoms had reached for her touch, the earth withdrew, curling into itself. Mortals looked to the sky and saw no sign of favor. The air hung heavy, and the soil refused to open. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, wandered the earth barefoot, her golden hair matted with dust. She searched every field, every grove, every shore, calling her daughter's name until the mountains echoed it back in pity. Persephone! No answer, only the rustle of dead leaves. Days passed into weeks. The goddess of fertility forgot her own abundance. She tore roots from the ground and let rivers dry behind her footsteps. Her grief was not a cry, it was an undoing. Every tear she shed became frost. Every sigh, a winter storm. Mortals began to starve. Cities emptied, temples dimmed. The scent of burning offerings filled the air, desperate prayers rising toward Olympus. Yet Zeus delayed. The thunder god feared Demeter's wrath as much as Hades' silence. He tried to reason, seasons must change, the world must rest. But Demeter answered, let it rest forever, then, if my child does not return. Her words were law. The earth obeyed. For the first time since creation, nothing grew. Above Olympus, the gods gathered, bright against the darkened world. Poseidon offered rain, Apollo light, Artemis wild game. But none could replace the warmth of grain, the promise of renewal. Even Athena, wise and composed, lowered her gaze. It was Hera who finally whispered to Zeus, if the queen of the underworld will not return, neither will humankind. And what are gods without mortals to remember them? Zeus hesitated. Justice among gods was delicate, but extinction was final. So he summoned Hermes, swiftest among them, and sent him down through the cracks of the dying earth. Go, he commanded. Find her, speak with Hades, bring her home. As Hermes descended, frost followed him. The once green earth lay beneath glassy ice. He reached the cavern gates of the underworld, where Cerberus, three-headed and loyal, stood guard. Peace, Hermes said softly, showing the golden rod of passage. The great hound lowered his gaze and let him through. Inside, the realm of the dead was quieter than usual. The meadows glowed faintly, the rivers hummed, but even the shadows seemed subdued, as though they sensed the grief of the living. In the throne room, Persephone sat beside Hades, her expression distant, half dreaming of light. The god himself, calm but weary, rose as Hermes approached. Brother, the messenger began. The world above fades. Demeter's sorrow has frozen every field. Zeus begs for mercy. Hades' voice was low as stone. Mercy? I gave none of them death. I gave them permanence. And I gave her, he glanced at Persephone, a throne beside mine. Persephone's hand twitched. Mother, she whispered. The word trembled like a candle flame. Hermes' eyes softened. Then let her go, if only for a time. If the earth dies, your realm will overflow. The dead will outnumber the living. Silence followed, vast and heavy. Finally, Hades turned toward his queen. Is that what you wish? Persephone rose. I wish for balance, she said, for both to live. It was then Hades noticed the faint stain of crimson at her lips, the mark of the pomegranate. One taste of the underworld binds all who partake to it. The law was ancient, unbreakable. He closed his eyes. You have eaten here. You cannot leave forever. Hermes frowned. Then divide her time. Let her walk both worlds, half the year below, half above. Life and death in rhythm. Hades looked to Persephone. She nodded slowly. So the seasons will turn. And so they did. Hermes led her upward through the caverns, the roots, the stone veins of the earth. As they rose, the air warmed. Frost melted into streams. When Persephone's feet touched sunlight, flowers erupted from the soil in waves. The world exhaled. Demeter ran to her, arms trembling, and the reunion cracked the heavens with joy. Where they embraced, the first spring bloomed. Crocus, iris, hyacinth, all bursting at once. The fields rippled gold within hours. Mortals fell to their knees, thanking the gods they could not see. For the first time since loss, Demeter smiled. "You are here," she whispered. "The earth remembers again." But joy, like all divine gifts, was not infinite. When the days shortened, Persephone's color began to fade. The pomegranate's bond called her back. She wept, though without despair. "I must return," she said, "or all balance will break." Demeter's heart clenched. "Then I will grieve, and the earth will sleep until you rise again." And so the cycle began. When Persephone walked among the living, Demeter's blessings covered the land. Spring and summer, warmth and harvest. When she returned to Hades, the fields slept under frost. Autumn and winter, morning and rest. Life and death became mirrors of one another. In Olympus, even Zeus marveled at the order born of sorrow. The mortals called it the turning of the year, never realizing that every season's breath was a mother's longing and a daughter's promise. Far below, in the halls of the dead, Hades awaited each return without impatience. The underworld glowed brighter when Persephone descended, and though they spoke little, the silence between them felt full. She brought the scent of grain. He offered the calm of permanence. Together they made eternity bearable. Each spring, as Demeter celebrates her daughter's ascent, Hades stands by the river Lethe and listens. The souls crossing whisper thanks, for through the rhythm of those two hearts, the world endures. Grief, he realized, is not punishment. It is the shape love takes when it has nowhere else to go. And so the cycle continues. Life blooming from loss, loss feeding life. In the eyes of mortals, it is tragedy. In the eyes of gods, it is law. But to Hades and Demeter, bound forever by one child's dual existence, it is simply truth. The gods gathered on Olympus beneath a sky split between thunder and snow. The world itself stood trembling, half in bloom, half in frost, as if unable to choose between joy and grief. At the heart of this tension stood Zeus, his golden scepter dimmed by the burden of decision. Before him stood Demeter, eyes blazing with righteous fury, and beside her Persephone, silent as the wind that carried the scent of both spring and death. It was the hour of compromise, though none of them yet knew what that word would cost. Demeter spoke first. "You speak of balance, brother," she said. "But balance is not justice. My child was taken." Zeus's voice cracked like a distant storm. "And yet the world requires her. The soil sleeps when she is gone. Without her, the rhythm of life halts. The harvest withers. The people die. Do you call that justice?" Persephone stepped forward, her voice a whisper but her words heavy with divine resonance. "Mother, he speaks true. When I am above, the earth lives. When I descend, it rests. I am both. I cannot be one without the other." Demeter's anger faltered for the first time. The sight of her daughter, not the maiden she had lost, but the queen she had become, pierced her heart. She saw in Persephone's eyes the calm of Hades' realm, the wisdom of the soil, and something else, peace. "But do you love it there?" she asked, her tone trembling between accusation and prayer. Persephone hesitated. "It is not love as mortals know it. It is purpose. In the dark I am needed. The souls look to me as they once looked to your fields. Even the shadows crave light, mother." Hades' voice echoed suddenly from the depths of the earth, his presence rising like a chill mist around them. "And I have not taken her. She chose. I rule what ends. She rules what begins again. His tone was neither boast nor defense. It was truth. Zeus raised his hands, silencing the growing tempest between them. Then let choice be law. His eyes flickered with divine light as he spoke the decree that would shape the mortal world forever. Persephone shall spend half the year with her mother, beneath the sun, and half the year with her husband, beneath the earth. When she returns above, the world will bloom. When she descends, it will sleep. A hush fell, so complete that even the winds held still. The seasons themselves seemed to pause, waiting to be named. Persephone bowed her head. So be it. And as she spoke, the balance of existence found its rhythm. The first pact of seasons was not written in marble nor sung by the muses. It was carved into the heartbeat of the world. The moment Persephone ascended, the snow melted, the first buds burst open, rivers broke their icy shells, and birds returned with songs forgotten during the long cold. Mortals lifted their faces toward the warmth, unaware that every ray of sunlight was borrowed from her promise to return. In Olympus, Demeter rejoiced. Her laughter became thunder. Her tears turned to rain. She swept across the plains, planting wheat with every step, painting the barren world in gold and green. Her joy was not only for her daughter's return. It was for the world itself, reborn through grief. But below, in the silence of the underworld, Hades waited. He sat upon his throne, the torchlight around him flickering with restless expectation. Every few moments, his gaze would lift toward the cavern roof, where faint threads of sunlight filtered down like memory. He was not angry. Gods of patience do not rage, but the absence weighed on him as tangibly as stone. And yet he knew, love that returns is stronger than love that never leaves. When the time came, Persephone descended again. The air grew cooler, the crops wilted, the trees shed their crowns. Mortals called it loss. The poets named it sorrow. But Hades saw it for what it was, reunion. When she entered his hall once more, torches flared brighter than ever before. The underworld awakened in color. Asphodel flowers glowed violet. The rivers ran with molten silver, and the souls lifted their heads as if sensing the warmth of her arrival. "Welcome home," Hades said softly. Persephone smiled faintly. "Both my homes are true. That is my burden and my gift." Together they walked through the shadowed fields. She knelt beside the river Lethe and touched its surface. "The dead forget to rest," she said. "But what of the living? They forget to live." Hades watched her, silent, admiring the strange wisdom that sorrow had given her. "Then perhaps you will teach both," he replied. And so she did. From that day on, Persephone's presence became the pulse of time. Her ascents and descents marked not tragedy but transformation. The people above came to understand her cycle, not as punishment but as promise. They learned that every loss carried the seed of return, that death itself was the soil of rebirth. In the temples of Greece, priests and farmers alike whispered her name when the snow thawed. In winter, they mourned her absence. In spring, they celebrated her resurrection. And through it all, Demeter watched her daughter move between worlds with a heart full of pride and ache. The ache only a mother of both life and death could feel. Each time Persephone left, Demeter's grief blanketed the world in frost. Each time she returned, the goddess's joy scattered like sunlight over the hills. The cycle never ceased. One evening, as the sky bled gold over Olympus, Zeus watched the turning of the seasons and murmured to Hera, "Even gods require rhythm, lest eternity devour them." Hera, gazing at the horizon, nodded. "And love," she said, "requires loss to prove it's real." Far below, in his throne room of shadow and crystal, Hades closed his eyes. Above him, the soil stirred as roots began to stretch toward warmth again. He did not need to look. He could feel her return in the very breath of the underworld. And when Persephone stepped through the gates, the god of death smiled for the first time since the dawn of the world. The pact was working, the balance held, and somewhere between sunlight and silence, the seasons turned once more. The underworld, though eternal, was not lawless. Hades ruled in silence, but silence alone cannot sustain order. As the number of souls multiplied, the god of shadows knew he could no longer weigh every heart himself. There must be judgment, not wrath, not cruelty, but structure. The dead, after all, deserve truth. And so, from the mists of time and memory, Hades chose 3 judges, men who, in life, had ruled with wisdom beyond pride. Minos, king of Crete, whose laws had bound men to justice. Rhadamanthus, his brother, known for incorruptible fairness. And Aeacus, the pious ruler of Aegina, whose devotion had moved even the gods. These 3 would become the final arbiters of all mortal fates. When they entered Hades' throne room for the first time, their mortal forms dissolved. Their eyes no longer saw flesh, only essence. Minos stood at the center, the balance between mercy and rigor. Rhadamanthus to his right, guardian of truth. Aeacus to his left, keeper of ritual and order. The court they formed was vast and quiet, carved from black marble that gleamed like frozen midnight. Torches burned along the walls with white fire. Neither heat nor smoke, only clarity. Every soul that arrived stood before them stripped of illusion. Titles, wealth, lineage, all meaningless now. Only actions remained. The first to stand before them was a warrior. His armor clung to him like guilt, dented with the marks of battles fought in vain. "I killed for glory," he said, "and for the gods." Rhadamanthus' gaze cut through him. "And did the gods ask you to?" The warrior hesitated. No, the silence that followed was heavier than any punishment. The soul's armor melted into dust. He was sent to wander the asphodel meadows, where neither honor nor shame exist, only reflection. Then came a poet trembling. "I wrote songs that made mortals dream," he said, "but I never believed my own words." Minos regarded him for a long time. "You gave others hope," he said finally, "but denied it to yourself. That is penance enough." The poet was sent to Elysium, not for perfection, but for sincerity. This was how the underworld worked, not as torture, but as mirror. The judge's words were not verdicts. They were revelations. Mortals, in their myths, imagined fiery punishments and endless screams. But those were the stories told by the living, desperate to make morality tangible. The truth was simpler and more profound. In Hades' realm, one faced oneself. Each judgment echoed softly through the caverns, carried by the rivers like ripples of memory. Over time, the system became sacred. Even Zeus himself swore by it. To lie under the name of Hades was to invite divine collapse. No oath, no contract, no promise carried more weight than the phrase, "By the sticks I swear," and it was the judges who ensured that oath remained unbroken. Occasionally, even the gods were summoned before them. When heroes defied immortals, when divine tempers scorched mortal fates, it was Minos and his brothers who whispered truth into the silence afterward. Their rulings were not commands. They were reminders of balance. Yet their task was not without burden. They saw every soul, the murderer and the martyr, the lover and the liar. They saw humanity not as good or evil, but as a spectrum of longing and regret. After centuries, their expressions became unreadable, their voices soft with weariness. Still, they judged, because without judgment, existence collapses into chaos. One evening, as the torches dimmed, Hades entered their hall. His cloak brushed the marble floor without sound. The judges rose as one. "You have done well," he said. "But tell me, does justice satisfy you?" Rhadamanthus bowed. "Justice is endless, Lord. It neither feeds nor starves." Minos added, "We weigh souls, yet we remain unweighed. Perhaps that is our own trial." Hades regarded them with the faintest flicker of compassion. "Even gods must answer to what they create," he said. "When the day comes that I am called to stand here, I will not resist." And though his tone was even, the words lingered, a promise that the god of death himself was bound by the very laws he made. From that night onward, the Hall of Judgment gained a new symbol, an empty throne behind the 3 judges, carved from white stone. It was said to be Hades' seat when his own time came. None dared sit upon it. Outside, The souls waited. Each approached in silence, clutching the last fragments of their mortal selves. Memories of a child's laughter, the warmth of sunlight, the taste of bread. The judges saw it all and rendered truth accordingly. Some departed smiling. Others dissolved into tears that never touched the ground. But occasionally, a soul would break the pattern. A tyrant defiant, a prophet certain of righteousness. For those, Minos himself would stand, his eyes blazing with divine comprehension. "There is no deceit here," he would say. "You speak your truth. And now, your truth will be your eternity." The soul would fade, leaving behind only echo, a reminder that the greatest punishment is to live forever in one's own reflection. Above, mortals continued to build temples, fearing Hades and misunderstanding his realm. They prayed to avoid it, never realizing they prayed to avoid honesty. But deep below, the god watched the balance hold. Every crime answered, every kindness rewarded, every heart finally seen for what it was. And perhaps that was the quiet genius of his rule. In a world where Olympus thrived on vanity, the underworld thrived on truth. No bribes, no divine politics, no favoritism, only consequence. Even Persephone, wandering through the hall with her torch of pale gold, sometimes paused to listen. "They speak without fear here," she once told her husband. "It is the only place where gods and men are equal." Hades looked at her, his eyes steady. "That," he said, "is why this kingdom endures." As she turned away, her light cast long shadows across the three judges, figures forever frozen in fairness. And above them, beyond stone and darkness, the world of the living carried on, oblivious, guided by a justice they would never see but always feel. For every life ends the same way, in silence, before the throne of truth. And from that silence, balance is reborn. Not all order is born of peace. Some is carved from terror, the necessary kind that keeps chaos awake at night. In the deepest hollow of the underworld, far beneath the quiet halls of judgment, there lies a chamber veiled in smoke and iron. There, where even the rivers hesitate to flow, dwell the Erinyes, the Furies. Born not of love or creation, but of vengeance itself, they are the blood daughters of night and the last scream of the ancient Titans. When the heavens first rebelled against the earth, and Cronus raised his sickle against Uranus, drops of divine blood fell onto the soil. From that blood rose the Furies, Alecto, Tisiphone, and Megaera, their hair serpentine, their eyes blazing like coals drowned in tears. They were the conscience of the cosmos before gods learned to lie. Hades did not summon them. He didn't need to. The moment justice became a system, vengeance found its place within it. When the judges of the dead passed sentence, the Furies became its echo, carrying judgment from realm to realm. They were not his servants, nor were they demons. They were balance in its rawest form. Their domain was not Tartarus nor Elysium, but the spaces between, corridors of consequence, thresholds of guilt. When mortals broke sacred oaths, when kings spilled innocent blood, when a murderer's sleep turned restless, that whisper in the dark was a Fury's breath. The living feared them, and rightly so. To see one was to confront one's own reflection twisted by wrongdoing. Yet to Hades, they were order's most faithful artisans. They wove equilibrium from chaos like blacksmiths forge iron. It is said that Hades visited their chamber only once every 1,000 years. He entered without torchlight, for the Furies despised brightness. The air there was dense with the metallic scent of old wrath. Voices hummed, thousands of mortal confessions trapped within stone. When he reached the center, the three sisters emerged from the haze. Alecto, whose fury burns forever. Tisiphone, avenger of murder. Megaera, the grudge eternal. They bowed neither in fear nor respect. They simply were. Hades spoke in the calm tone that could still volcanoes. "You serve the balance well," he said. "But tell me, do you ever rest?" Alecto hissed softly, a sound like wind through grave dust. "Rest is for those forgiven. We are not." Tisiphone's gaze shimmered like water over fire. "We are the price of guilt. As long as men sin, we breathe." Megaera smiled faintly, cruel and sad. Even gods, Lord, have debts unpaid. For a long moment Hades said nothing. Their words were truth, and truth needs no reply. Then he turned, his cloak sweeping across the cold stone, and said only, "Then let no soul say I am merciless, for mercy without consequence is the seed of ruin." And so the Furies continued their craft, invisible, unstoppable. Above, mortals told stories of them as monsters with wings of smoke and mouths of flame. But that was a distortion. They did not chase indiscriminately. They followed the scent of denial, that bitter perfume that rises when guilt refuses to confess. A tyrant who betrayed his city would hear soft footsteps in his palace at night. He'd call his guards, but they'd find nothing. The torches would flicker. Whispering voices would coil around him like silk. "Do you remember?" They'd murmur. "Do you remember?" The Furies rarely needed to strike. The human mind was their instrument. They merely reminded mortals of what they had done, until those mortals punished themselves. In the underworld, their workshop grew vast. Chains of oaths hung from the ceiling like constellations inverted. Each chain was a promise once broken. When one snapped, the sisters awoke. Rhadamanthus and Minos, the judges, never interfered. "They are the living's torment," Minos once said. "We rule the dead. Let the Furies teach the rest." Even Persephone, who walked through all corners of Hades' realm bringing gentleness where she could, stepped lightly near their domain. Yet she understood their purpose. "Without pain," she said once to her husband, "remorse has no language," and Hades agreed. Still, even divine balance carries paradox. The Furies were instruments of justice, but justice untempered becomes cruelty. The god of the underworld knew this. He decreed one law that even they must obey. When the guilty repent, you must fall silent. That decree changed the underworld forever. The next time a condemned soul whispered sincere remorse, the Furies vanished mid-scream. For the first time in eternity, forgiveness had a sound, silence. This was how humanity learned of redemption. Not from Olympus, where glory blinded mercy, but from beneath the earth, where Hades' restraint taught the universe humility. Over time, mortals built shrines not just to the Furies' wrath, but to their release. Offerings of honey, milk, and black lambs were laid at the entrances of caves. "May the Erinyes sleep," they prayed. "May truth be enough." Even the poets softened their tone. In Athens, they were renamed the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It was not flattery. It was hope that the bringers of retribution could one day be moved to grace. One myth tells that when Orestes, hounded for the murder of his mother, stood trial in Athens, it was the Furies themselves who attended. When Athena cast the deciding vote in his favor, the sisters hissed in outrage. But then they paused. The goddess spoke gently. "Your rage has served its purpose. Without you, no one would know right from wrong. But even vengeance must evolve." The Furies lowered their heads. For the first time, they accepted peace. They became protectors of the city, guardians of sacred law. Their cries faded into lullabies sung at temple thresholds, soft and steady as the pulse beneath the earth. Back in his throne room, Hades felt the shift ripple through the depths like a sigh. Justice had grown wiser. He turned to Persephone. "Do you hear it?" She smiled faintly. "The silence of forgiveness?" "Yes," he said. "It sounds like balance." And above, in the mortal world, another storm of blossoms began to fall. Petals drifting like ash, proof that even wrath, when understood, can return as beauty. There are stories that mortals whisper even in their sleep. Tales that live longer than the lives they describe. None more haunting than this one. The story of Orpheus, the man who dared to sing against death itself. He was no god, no hero molded from lightning. He was a poet, a mortal whose voice could bend rivers, whose lyre could charm the winds. It is said that when Orpheus played, even stones turned to listen, and wild beasts laid their heads upon the earth, tamed by melody alone. But love, as ever, is the true composer of tragedy. He loved Eurydice, a maiden of grace so quiet that even flowers seemed to bloom softly in her presence. Their union was a song gentle, infinite, almost divine. But love is fragile, and joy, by its very nature, is impatient. One summer morning, as Eurydice wandered among the meadows, a serpent, startled from its sleep, struck her ankle. By the time her cry reached the trees, silence had already claimed her. The earth stilled, the birds forgot to sing, and Orpheus, cradling her lifeless body, felt the music in him die. But grief, when great enough, becomes faith. He vowed to follow her, not metaphorically, not in prayer, but literally. He would go where no living man was meant to tread, into the kingdom of Hades. They told him it was folly, that the underworld was not to be entered by mortal breath. But Orpheus only answered, "If death is a wall, then song will be my doorway." He walked to the mouth of the earth, a cavern veiled in mist and night. The closer he came, the colder the air grew, until even his heartbeat seemed to move slower. The ferryman Charon looked up from his pale eyes reflecting the faint glow of the living.
No mortal crucis, Charon rasped.
Orpheus raised his lyre. "Then let me pay with this," and he began to play. The melody was not heroic, nor defiant. It was grief made sound. The river itself slowed, its black waters shimmering silver under the strain of emotion. Even Charon, who had seen every sorrow the world could offer, felt something stir in his ancient chest. Without another word, he held out his hand. The boat drifted through Acheron, silent except for the music that moved like light through darkness. When they reached the far bank, Orpheus stepped onto the soil of the dead, where no breeze blew, where time itself bowed its head. Cerberus, the three-headed guardian, stirred as he approached. The beast growled, a low rumble that shook the stone columns of Hades' gate. But then Orpheus played again, softer this time, gentler. The chords rippled through the creature's many hearts, soothing its eternal vigilance. One by one, the heads lowered, and the great guardian slept. The throne room of Hades was darker than night, yet not cruel. The torches along its walls burned with blue fire, casting long shadows across the floor. Persephone sat beside her husband, her eyes bright as moonlight upon still water. When Orpheus entered, even the shades paused. He did not kneel. He did not speak. He simply lifted his lyre and began to play. The first note carried the memory of sunlight. The second, the scent of grass. The third, a sigh that had once belonged to a woman now lost. The underworld, accustomed to silence, listened. Persephone's gaze softened. A single tear slipped down her cheek, turning to diamond before it touched the floor. Hades leaned forward. His voice, when it came, was not thunder. It was curiosity. "Mortal," he said, "why have you come where all must end?" Orpheus lowered his head. "To unend what was taken too soon." "You would defy death?" "I would remind it that love still sings." For a long moment Hades said nothing. Then he rose, his cloak falling around him like the night itself. "There are laws even I must obey," he said quietly. "No living soul may leave this place once it has entered." "But she is not living," Orpheus replied, "only waiting." The words struck something ancient within the god, the same ache he felt each time Persephone returned to the upper world. Slowly he turned to his queen. Persephone spoke, her voice like the hush between heartbeats. "Let him try, my love. If his song can move us, perhaps it can move fate." Hades regarded her, then nodded. "Very well, you may take her, but with one condition. As you ascend, she will follow behind you. Speak not a word. Look not back. Until both of you stand beneath the sun, she belongs to me still. One glance, and she will return forever." Orpheus agreed without hesitation. They led him to the fields of the asphodel, where Eurydice's shade stood among the countless others. Her face was pale, her eyes dim, but when she heard his voice call her name, light stirred within her. Slowly, she followed him. Their ascent began, through caverns of shadow, through rivers that whispered farewells. Step by step, Orpheus climbed, his hand gripping the lyre like a promise. The sound of his own footsteps echoed ahead, and behind him, the faint rustle of her gown. But the climb was long, too long. Doubt, that oldest companion of mankind, began to whisper, "Is she truly there? Or did the gods trick you?" At last, he saw light, the first shimmer of dawn at the mouth of the cave. He could almost feel the sun's warmth again. But the silence behind him grew unbearable. "Eurydice?" he breathed. No answer, only stillness. He turned. For one heartbeat they saw each other, truly saw. Her eyes were full of love, forgiveness, and sadness all at once. She smiled. Then she was gone. The air filled with the soft sound of her departure. Not a scream, not a fall, but a sigh, like music fading from an instrument whose strings have finally broken. Orpheus staggered forward into the light, but the world was empty. His lyre hung silent at his side. Hades below said nothing. He had given the mortal a chance, and that chance had taught him the greatest truth of all, that love untested is only desire. Love that endures loss becomes divine. Orpheus wandered until the gods took pity and called him home among the stars. Even now, when mortals play music at twilight, it is said the underworld grows quiet, as if listening, remembering the man who dared to plead with death, and nearly won. Not all souls enter Hades with peace. Some arrive dragging the weight of their own arrogance, their names carried on the lips of men as warnings rather than prayers. These are the punished kings, those who once ruled the world above, yet could not rule themselves. Hades did not invent their suffering. He simply revealed it. For in the underworld, justice is not a weapon, it is a mirror. The first to stand before that mirror was Sisyphus, king of Corinth. In life, he was clever beyond reason, cunning beyond morality. He outwitted death not once, but twice, chaining Thanatos himself, the personification of peaceful death, so that no mortal could die. The world filled with agony that could not end. Wounded soldiers groaned without release. The old prayed for silence and received none. It was a merciless eternity, all because one man feared the end of his own story. When the gods finally freed Thanatos, Sisyphus laughed. He even deceived Persephone, claiming his wife had not performed the proper burial rites, and thus was allowed to return to the living to scold her. But he never went back. He built walls higher, temples richer, as if wealth could hide from time. When death came again, as it always does, there was no bargaining. Hades did not rage, did not curse. He simply pointed toward a hill. "There," he said, "push." Sisyphus was given a stone, smooth, heavy, perfect in its hopelessness. Each time he rolled it toward the summit, it slipped from his grasp, tumbling down to where it began. Over and over, not for vengeance, but for understanding. For Sisyphus had built his life upon the illusion of control, and so his eternity became its lesson. Control is the heaviest burden of all. The second was Tantalus, a king beloved by the gods, once allowed to dine at their golden tables. But love, like trust, is fragile when pride enters the room. Tantalus thought himself cleverer than Olympus itself. He stole ambrosia, food of immortality, and shared it with mortals, blurring the line between divine and human. Worse still, in a moment of unspeakable vanity, he tested the gods' omniscience by serving them a feast made from his own son's flesh. They knew. Zeus thundered, not in rage but disappointment. The world shook, not from wrath but betrayal. And when Tantalus was cast into Hades, it was not fire that awaited him, but thirst. He was placed in a pool of crystal water beneath a tree of golden fruit. Each time he reached to drink, the water receded. Each time he grasped for fruit, the branches drew away. His punishment was eternal desire, the reflection of his crime. Hades did not watch him often. The god of the underworld believed that longing punishes itself. Once, Persephone asked her husband, "Why not end his torment?" Hades answered, "Because he has not yet understood that his suffering is his own creation. Until he does, he is still alive within it." Then there was Ixion, king of Thessaly, who committed a crime even gods rarely speak aloud. He desired Hera, queen of Olympus, and sought to betray Zeus's trust. When confronted, he lied without remorse, claiming innocence even as fire burned behind his eyes. Zeus, instead of striking him dead, offered a test. He shaped a cloud in Hera's likeness. Ixion embraced it without hesitation. From that union was born the first race of centaurs, wild and untamed, children of misplaced desire. When Hades received Ixion, the god did not offer comfort. He commanded the Furies to forge a wheel of flame, one that would never stop turning. Ixion was bound to it, spinning endlessly through the air of Tartarus, his screams carried like wind through the caverns. Not because Hades delighted in pain, but because deceit, like motion, must never rest. "Why do you spare no mercy for him?" Persephone once asked. "Because mercy is for those who seek truth," Hades replied. He still blames the gods for his fall. He would rather burn than admit he lit the fire himself. And so the kings remained, each a monument to the vices that once made them powerful. Around them, the lesser shades wandered, whispering their names with equal parts fear and pity. Mortals on the surface built tales around their punishments, transforming them into warnings for their children. Beware pride, beware greed, beware the illusion of invincibility. But beneath those myths was a deeper moral, one Hades himself often contemplated. Each punishment was not cruelty, it was precision. The afterlife does not inflict, it reflects. Every soul constructs its own eternity from the architecture of its choices. Sometimes, when the underworld grew too still, Hades would visit them, not as ruler but as observer. He would stand beside Sisyphus's hill, watching the stone roll back yet again, and whisper, "Do you see now?" He would pass Tantalus's pool, where ripples shimmered like broken mirrors, and murmur, "What you reach for was never meant to be taken." And when he reached Ixion's wheel, he would simply watch the endless motion, the light of the flames flickering against his dark cloak, and sigh, "Perhaps one day you will stop turning, if only to look inward." He did not enjoy their pain. He respected it. Each soul, in its torment, was learning what even gods must someday learn. That freedom without humility becomes its own prison. In this, the underworld was not horror. It was honesty. Persephone, walking beside him, once said, "Their stories frighten mortals. They see you as cruel. Then they have misunderstood." Hades replied, "I do not punish. I remind. The universe forgets too easily that actions have echoes." She looked at him, the god of death, calm and unwavering, and understood why his throne, though silent, stood firmer than Olympus itself. The surface world changed with every storm. His world endured because truth never dies. Above, the mortals told their children that Sisyphus, Tantalus, and Ixion were villains cursed forever. But those who listened closely, those who truly understood myth, whispered a different version. That someday, when their souls accepted their reflection, the wheel would stop, the stone would rest, the fruit would no longer vanish. And on that day, even in Hades, forgiveness would be complete. For what is eternity if not time enough to learn? There are doors that open once, and there are doors that open forever. At the edge of all existence, where the soil meets shadow, stands one such threshold, the gate of two worlds. To mortals it is legend, to the dead it is memory, to Hades it is duty. It is said the gate was not built but grown, carved by the slow breathing of the earth itself when life first learned to end. Its pillars are older than Olympus, older even than time's rhythm. One carved from bone, one from root, bound together by veins of obsidian that pulse faintly, like the heartbeat of the planet. No mortal hand has ever touched it and returned unchanged. Before it flows the river Acheron, the sorrowful current that divides the seen from the unseen. Upon its dark waters drifts Charon, the ferryman. His boat creaks with the weight of silence, his or slicing through the reflection of stars that no longer shine. Every crossing is the same, and yet every soul makes it differently. Those who died peacefully approach the gate with calm. Those who clung too tightly to life tremble before it. And those who never believed in anything at all simply stare, unable to accept that belief was never required. It is here that Hermes Psychopompus, guide of souls, begins his sacred work, not as trickster or messenger, but as companion. When mortals die, it is Hermes who bends beside their beds, unseen, his touch softer than wind. He whispers not comfort, but truth. Come, the journey is not over. And as he leads them downward, the air grows heavier, the sound of the living fading behind them. No pain follows, only perspective. For in death, what was blurred becomes clear. When they reach Acheron's shore, Charon is waiting. His hand extends, and the soul places the obol, the coin laid beneath their tongue at burial. The payment is not greed. It is remembrance. It is the living's promise that they have not forgotten. But some arrive empty-mouthed.
No coin, no burial.
No memory. For them, Charon simply closes his palm. Then you must walk. They wander along the river's edge, voices echoing faintly, until the living remember their names again. Through prayer, through story, through tears. Only then does the ferryman return for them. Hades watches all of this from afar, not as ruler, but as sentinel. His gaze rests on the flow of souls like a gardener watching rain. He does not interfere. He does not rush them. For the gate teaches what even gods forget, that endings must be respected to keep beginnings pure. The first time Persephone saw the gate, she mistook it for despair. Why must they cross alone? She asked. Hades replied, because no one can be accompanied into truth. Even love must wait at the threshold. At her feet, a new soul approached. A child, small and bewildered. Charon bent low, helping her step onto the boat. She looked back once, as if sensing her mother far above, and smiled. Then the boat glided into shadow. Persephone felt tears form, not of grief, but of understanding. So even sorrow has beauty, she murmured. Only when it remembers its purpose, Hades said. The underworld is often imagined as a place of punishment, but at its gate, it is only honesty. Here, no god's favor matters. No offering can bribe. What you bring is what you are. Each soul, before crossing, hears a voice, not spoken aloud, but within. Some say it is Hades. Others say it is their own. The voice asks one question, the same for all. Are you ready to be seen? For beyond the gate, every mask falls. The liar meets his lie. The kind meet their kindness. The lost find what they sought too late. And yet, in that revelation, there is peace. Once, a mortal philosopher who had doubted all gods crossed the gate and laughed. So, he said, I was wrong. Hades, amused, replied from his throne far below, no, you were simply early. The gate does not divide heaven from hell. It divides noise from silence, illusion from essence. When souls pass through, their stories are not erased. They are remembered perfectly, their truths polished clean. In the mortal world, temples were built to mirror this moment. Great doorways carved into mountains, painted black within. The priests called them necromantia, oracles of the dead. The faithful would enter, drink from sacred springs, and wait in darkness until the whispers came. Echoes from souls beyond the Acheron. Even mortals longed to glimpse that stillness, to understand what lay beneath fear. But Hades knew, true understanding cannot be borrowed. It must be earned. The gate's guardians changed over time. Once it was Charon alone. Later, the Furies stood near, ensuring no soul fled backward into life. And when Persephone became queen, even she visited it, not to command, but to greet the newly dead. When she stood there, flowers bloomed faintly along the shore, pale blossoms that opened only once per soul. They withered as the ferryman pushed away, leaving their scent as the last breath of the mortal world. The poet said that scent reached the surface, that every time someone died, the air briefly filled with something sweet and strange, like fruit left in sunlight too long. It was the underworld reminding the living, you are part of this too. Sometimes, when the surface world trembled, during wars, plagues, or storms, the gates flared brighter. Thousands of souls arrived at once, their confusion thick as fog. Hades would rise from his throne and walk among them, his presence calming the torrent. His voice would echo through the caverns, steady and low. "Be still. You are home." No one feared him in that moment. Even the restless grew silent, for in his tone, they heard something unexpected: compassion. For though Hades ruled death, he understood life better than any god above. He knew its rhythm, its fragility, its desperate beauty. That was why he guarded the gate so fiercely. Without endings, meaning would decay. Without silence, music would lose its shape. Above, mortals told tales of him as grim and cold. But deep below, every soul that crossed Acheron knew the truth. The god they feared was the one who had always waited for them with patience. The gate of two worlds stands still, as it always has. Its rivers flow, its ferryman rows, its guardian watches. And every soul, from king to beggar, passes through it. Their final journey not into darkness, but into understanding. For even eternity requires a door. Before the gates of Hades, where the rivers meet and eternity begins, stands a guardian older than any mortal kingdom. A creature born not of fear, but of loyalty. His name is Cerberus, the hound of Hades, and his story is not one of savagery, but of devotion so pure that even death itself trusted him to watch its door. The poets often describe him as monstrous. 3 heads, each snarling with fangs sharp as spears. A mane of serpents, eyes burning like coals in the dark. But the truth, as with all myths, lies deeper. Cerberus was not created to terrify. He was created to remind that nothing sacred should ever be entered carelessly. His origin was strange even by divine standards. Long before Olympus ruled, the monstrous couple Echidna and Typhon gave birth to creatures of both nightmare and purpose. The Chimera, the Hydra, Orthrus the 2-headed hound, and Cerberus, their youngest. But unlike his kin, he bore not rage, but reason. From the moment his eyes opened, he sensed what others could not: the difference between those who seek power and those who seek peace. When Hades descended to claim his realm, he found the young beast pacing the threshold between chaos and form. The hound growled once, not in defiance but recognition. "You guard this place?" the god asked. Cerberus bowed his 3 heads. "Then keep it," said Hades, "and you will never be alone." It was the first act of trust the god had given another living being. From that moment, Cerberus became the underworld's living boundary. No soul could enter or leave without his knowing. He slept little, ate less, and grew vast as the realm itself. His 3 heads watched in 3 directions, one facing the living, one the dead, and one the unseen. To each soul that approached, he offered not threat, but judgment. The guilty trembled. The innocent passed untouched. The dead feared him, yes, but Hades never did. When the god walked his kingdom, the great hound followed, his claws silent on the stone floor. In the echo of those steps, the underworld felt alive, not cruel but awake. It was said that when Persephone first descended, Cerberus bowed to her as if recognizing a queen long promised. The goddess smiled and laid a hand upon his central head. "Do you mourn the sun?" she asked softly. The hound blinked all 6 eyes, then lowered himself in silence. "He does not mourn," Hades told her. "He remembers. That is the difference." Because Cerberus had seen both worlds, light and dark, and chosen his place between them. That choice made him sacred. For centuries, none challenged his rule. But mortals are ever curious. The first to face him was Heracles, sent on his final labor to capture the beast alive. The hero descended armed with only courage and the favor of the gods. When he stood before the gates, Cerberus bared his fangs, the ground trembling beneath his roar. Yet Heracles did not raise his club. He met each head's gaze in turn and said, "I seek permission, not conquest." Perhaps it was that rare humility that stayed the hound's rage. They fought not as enemies, but as equals testing one another's resolve. Heracles' strength matched Cerberus' fury, but when Hades intervened, the god simply said, "If you can lift him without cruelty, you may take him," and Heracles did. He bound no chains around the hound's throat, offered no blows of dominance. He carried Cerberus to the surface, showed him to the world, and then, true to his word, brought him back unharmed. When Cerberus returned to the underworld, Hades awaited him at the gate. "You could have stayed," the god said. The hound lowered his heads. Hades smiled faintly. "And yet you chose to return." From that day, Cerberus' loyalty became legend. He had tasted freedom and chosen duty. Mortals came to fear his image, painting him on temple walls, carving him on funerary urns. Yet the wise did not see a monster. They saw the embodiment of threshold itself, the place between known and unknown, where fear transforms into acceptance. Even in art, Cerberus stood not as destroyer but protector. The Greeks placed his likeness at their doors to guard against deceit, believing that any lie spoken near his image would echo threefold. For Cerberus represented the honesty of endings, a truth so powerful it needed no words. In the underworld, Persephone often sat beside him at the gate, weaving crowns of asphodel to place around his necks. "Do you ever rest?" she once asked. Hades, overhearing, answered for him. "He rests every time a soul enters willingly." That was rare. Sometimes new arrivals would flee in terror. Cerberus would pursue, not to punish, but to bring them back gently, jaws closing not to harm but to guide. For none could leave until they accepted where they were. The gods called it obedience. Mortals called it punishment. Hades called it compassion. Over time, Cerberus became more than guardian, he became symbol. When philosophers spoke of the human soul divided between desire, reason, and will, they used his three heads as metaphor. Desire, the one that faced the world of the living, forever sniffing toward memory. Reason, the one that faced inward, calm and watchful. Will, the one that looked beyond, toward eternity. Together they formed unity, the balance every being seeks, knowingly or not. And so the hound of the underworld became the model of harmony itself. When Persephone returned to the surface each spring, she left a fragment of her presence at the gate, a whisper of warmth that softened the stone beneath his paws. Mortals claimed that on those days, the howls of Cerberus sounded almost like mourning. But they were wrong. The sound was not grief. It was continuity, the echo of duty being renewed once more. Because Cerberus did not guard death, he guarded transition. He ensured that no soul left the journey unfinished. No ending came before its lesson was learned. And when the gods themselves descended to parley with Hades, whether Hermes or even Zeus in solemn visits, they too stopped at the gate, waiting for the silent nod that allowed them passage. Even kings must earn entry. To this day, poets still invoke his name in secret prayers, not to escape death, but to pass through it without fear. For they know what the ancient priests knew, that the monster at the world's end is not your enemy. It is your escort, and somewhere beyond the living's final heartbeat, Cerberus still stands watch, patient, unwavering, and faithful as the shadow of Hades himself. Every empire tells stories of strength, but none like this one. The tale of Heracles, the man who bent fate through sheer will. His 12 labors are carved into legend, yet among them one stands apart, the day he walked, living, into the kingdom of the dead. No mortal had done it before. None were meant to. By the time this labor came, Heracles had conquered beasts, cleansed stables, and stolen apples from gods. He had faced monsters that devoured men whole. But his final command from Eurystheus, the coward king who envied him, was different. "Bring me the hound of Hades," he said. It was not a challenge, it was an execution disguised as glory. To capture Cerberus alive meant descending past the veil that even heroes feared to dream of. Still, Heracles smiled. "Then I will go." He traveled to the southern edge of the world, to the black mouth of Taenarum, where the earth itself seemed to breathe. There, he met Hermes and Athena, sent by Zeus to guide and guard him, for even divine lineage has limits. They warned him, "Do not look too long at the shadows, or they will recognize you." Torch in hand, he stepped inside. The descent was endless, a spiral through air that thickened into silence. He passed caverns where rivers glowed faintly blue, where the bones of giants formed bridges across the dark. When he reached the Acheron, Charon waited. No living man crosses here. Heracles drew a single coin from his belt. Then count me as half alive. The ferryman studied him, then nodded once. The boat drifted on. When the oar struck shore, Heracles beheld the vast plain of the dead. Shadows whispered his name as he walked, some in awe, some in warning. The judges turned their unreadable eyes toward him, sensing something that did not belong. Even they, keepers of order, did not stop him. At last he came to the palace of Hades. The doors opened before he touched them. Within sat the god of death, unmoved, his realm quiet around him. Persephone stood at his side, a lantern of pale gold in her hand. Heracles knelt, not out of fear, but respect. "Lord of the unseen," he said, "I come to borrow your hound and return him unharmed." A lesser god might have laughed. Hades only watched him. "Few mortals ask," he said. "Fewer still promise to return. What makes you worthy?" Heracles answered, "I have wronged, I have bled, I have atoned. If strength alone were virtue, I would have been forgiven long ago. But I seek no reward, only to finish what the fates began." For the first time, a shadow of admiration crossed Hades' face. He rose, his voice low as thunder buried in stone. "You may take him, if you can." From the darkness, Cerberus emerged. 3 heads raised, eyes blazing like suns eclipsed. The ground shook beneath his paws. The hero tightened the lion's skin around his shoulders, drew no weapon, and met the beast's gaze. "Guardian," he said softly, "I ask not to steal, but to prove that life can face death without trembling." Cerberus lunged. The clash was soundless, all power and motion. Heracles wrapped his arms around the central neck, muscles straining, every vein aflame. The beast roared, jaws snapping inches from his face, breath hot with eternity itself. The hero held on, not to dominate, but to endure. At last the hound stilled, panting, and lowered its heads. Hades stepped forward. "Enough!" He studied the mortal, bruised and shaking, yet unbroken. "Take him, then. Show the world that courage does not end at the grave." Heracles bowed. "And when they have seen, I will bring him home." He led the hound upward, through the tunnels of shadow and smoke, until sunlight pierced the mouth of Taenarum. The mortals who saw them fled, thinking the end of days had come. But Heracles only stood, his hand resting on Cerberus' mane. "Behold," he said, "not a monster, but a promise kept." Then, true to his word, he returned to the underworld and released the guardian at the gate. The beast greeted Hades with a low rumble, neither complaint nor joy, but recognition. Persephone turned to her husband. "You let him succeed." Hades' eyes followed the retreating hero, because he understood something even gods forget, that strength means nothing without restraint. Above, Heracles completed his labors, but it was this one, the journey through death, that the poets would call his greatest. For he had entered the realm of endings and brought back not power, but wisdom, that even the strongest must bow to balance. The mortals who heard his tale built shrines near caves and river mouths, believing that courage could open any gate. Yet those who truly listened understood the deeper truth. The descent of Heracles was not conquest, it was conversation. Between life and death, between pride and humility, between the living who fear the dark, and the dark that waits patiently to receive them. In the underworld, Hades watched the echoes fade. The god who ruled silence felt something rare, a spark of reverence for the mortal condition. He turned to Cerberus. "Guard well," he murmured, "for even among the living, there are heroes who deserve passage." The hound barked once, low and steady. The sound carried across the rivers, through Lethe, across Phlegethon's flame, up to the mortal realm where night was falling. Those who heard it in their dreams called it thunder. But it was not. It was memory of a mortal who walked into death and returned unchanged, except for the calm in his eyes. And thus the 12th labor was completed, not in triumph but in balance, the same law that bound gods and men alike. Pride has many disguises. Heroism is the most dangerous of them all. In the age when heroes walked as if gods were their equals, Theseus, king of Athens, believed himself destiny's favorite son. He had slain the Minotaur, united his city, and outwitted foes both mortal and divine. But triumph, when worshipped too long, becomes hunger, and hunger leads men where reverence should not. His friend Pirithous, son of Zeus, shared that hunger. The two men were bound by admiration and folly alike. Having conquered every mortal challenge, they turned their eyes to the heavens and, inevitably, below. They decided that only divine women were worthy of them. Theseus claimed he would wed Helen, the child of Zeus, famed for beauty not yet destined to launch 1,000 ships. Together, they kidnapped her from Sparta. But she was still a girl, and they swore to guard her until she came of age, as though such crime could ever be made noble. When Helen was secured, Pirithous laughed. "If you take Zeus's daughter," he said, "then I shall take Hades's queen." The words chilled even Theseus. But pride is contagious. Rather than rebuke him, he smiled. "Then let us go to the underworld and fetch her." It was madness, but the kind of madness heroes mistake for courage. They traveled south to Taenarum, the same mouth through which Heracles had once descended. There, they offered sacrifices, whispered the names of gods who would never answer, and stepped into the dark. As they entered the underworld, the air grew heavy, the light behind them shrinking until only memory remained. They crossed the Acheron, their coins clinking in Charon's bony hand. When the ferrymen were stilled, the two heroes stepped ashore, and for the first time pride began to tremble. The ground pulsed faintly beneath them. Shadows whispered in languages no mortal throat could form. Even Theseus, who had never known fear, felt his heartbeat slow. Still, they walked on until the great gates appeared, guarded by Cerberus. The hound growled once, a sound like mountains grinding together. Theseus raised his sword. "Peace, guardian. We come not as thieves, but as guests." The beast's 3 heads lowered, silent but watchful. The men passed. Pride, it seemed, could still masquerade as permission. They entered the palace of Hades unannounced. Torches burned along walls of black crystal. The air shimmered with quiet authority. Upon his throne sat Hades, unmoving. Beside him stood Persephone, her face calm as the moonlit sea. The two mortals bowed, but too shallowly. "Lord of the dead," said Pirithous, his voice steady with audacity. "I have come to claim your queen." Silence. Persephone's eyes narrowed, but she did not speak. Hades rose slowly, the weight of eternity in every motion. "You would claim what is not yours?" he asked, voice low as shifting stone. Pirithous smiled. "Why not? The gods have taken from men without apology. Is not love the highest theft?" Hades regarded them, not with anger, but with something colder, comprehension. "You seek love," he said. "Then you shall have it, as you understand it." He gestured toward 2 stone chairs that materialized before them. "Sit and wait for your beloveds. They will come." The men obeyed, though unease prickled their spines. The chairs were carved from pale marble that gleamed faintly in the torchlight. As they sat, the stone seemed to warm beneath them. Then it hardened, subtly at first, then utterly. They tried to rise. Their muscles strained, but the marble held fast. Their legs, their backs, fused to the seats. They had become part of the underworld itself. Hades descended the steps of his throne, standing before them. "You desired to possess. Now you will learn what it means to be possessed." Pirithous screamed curses that echoed for centuries. Theseus said nothing. His pride shattered quietly, like glass struck by its own reflection. Time lost meaning. Perhaps it was days, perhaps centuries. Persephone would sometimes walk past them, her torch casting gentle light across their faces. "Do you still wish to take what belongs to the dark?" she would ask. Neither answered. One day, a new sound stirred the air, heavy footsteps, the whisper of strength tamed by humility. Heracles had returned to Hades, come to fulfill his final labor. When he saw Theseus bound to the rock, he recognized an old friend beneath the ruin. "Brother," Heracles said softly, "What have you done?" Theseus, now pale as the stone he sat upon, lifted his head. "I mistook ambition for purpose," he whispered. "Help me, if the gods still allow it." Heracles turned to Hades. "Let me free him. He has learned." The god of the dead regarded both men, one broken by arrogance, the other tempered by pain. Finally, he nodded. "Take him, but leave the other. Some lessons require longer silence." Heracles pulled with all his might, and the stone cracked. Theseus fell to the floor, trembling, reborn in humility. When he looked back at Pirithous, still fused to the chair, tears filled his eyes. He had found freedom, but it no longer felt like victory. Hades watched them ascend. When the echo of their footsteps faded, he spoke softly to Persephone. "Mortals think punishment is cruelty, but the cruelest fate is to confront one's reflection and understand it too late." Persephone's hand brushed his. "And yet you freed one, because he understood," said Hades. "And that is rare enough to spare." On the surface, Theseus returned to Athens. He built temples, ruled wisely, but laughter never returned to his voice. Each spring, when flowers bloomed, he would pause and look toward the horizon, toward the dark place where ambition and wisdom had once met. As for Pirithous, the poets say he still sits in Hades, his body now indistinguishable from the stone that holds him. Travelers who claim to dream of the underworld swear they hear faint whispers near the gates, a voice repeating, "Wait for me, she will come soon." But she never does, and thus the descent of Theseus became more than a cautionary tale. It was a truth whispered through every age, that even heroes fall when pride forgets reverence, and that the darkest prison is not made of stone, but of certainty. There are places in the world where the earth itself seems to breathe slow, deep, and knowing. In those hollow lungs of stone, mortals once claimed to hear the language of gods. They called the women who listened sibyls, oracles of the underworld, keepers of messages that were never meant to be spoken aloud. Long before temples gleamed on Olympus, long before priests wrapped wisdom in marble, there were caves, dark, wet, and trembling with unseen life. At their mouths burned torches of pitch. Within, the air shimmered with vapor rising from cracks in the ground. The exhalation of Gaia, some said. Others whispered it was the breath of Hades himself. To enter one was to surrender control. The sibyls waited there, barefoot, unadorned, their hair unbound so the gods might seize a strand when speaking. They were not prophets in the mortal sense. They did not predict. They translated. What they heard were fragments. Sighs of the dead, murmurs of the fates, laughter from forgotten deities who still lingered in the dark. The most feared of them dwelled at Avernus, near a lake whose surface smoked even in winter. Her name was lost to time, though poets later called her simply the Voice. When kings sought counsel, they brought sacrifices, black lambs, silver bowls, honey mixed with poppy seed, and descended into her cavern with trembling hands. The Sibyl would greet them without turning. Her eyes, always fixed on the wall of shadow before her, saw farther than daylight could. "Do you come for comfort?" she would ask, "or for truth?" Few ever chose truth deliberately, yet truth was all she gave. It was said her words came not from her lips but from her lungs, as if each prophecy cost her breath borrowed from another world. When she spoke, her body shuddered, her voice layered, part mortal, part something vast and unnameable. The torches dimmed. The listeners swayed between terror and revelation. One such visitor was Aeneas, son of Anchises, driven by destiny and ruin after Troy's fall. He came seeking passage to the underworld, hoping to find his father's shade. "Guide me," he begged, "as no living man should be guided." The Sibyl's answer was simple. "Every path downward begins within you." She led him to the gate of Avernus, where shadows gathered like breath before a word. There she plucked a golden bough from an invisible tree, the token required by Hades to grant safe passage. "Hold it close," she said. "It will shine only while your purpose is pure." And with that they descended. Through her voice, Aeneas heard more than directions. He heard the memory of mankind, the rustle of forgotten prayers, the cries of those who had never been buried, the hum of souls dreaming themselves awake. When they reached the river Styx, the Sibyl's tone changed. "Speak softly here," she whispered. "Even lies float." At the threshold of Hades' throne room, she fell silent. Aeneas turned to thank her, but she was gone. Only her echo remained, winding through the corridors like smoke. "Remember what you owe the living." When he returned to the world above, the bow had turned to ash. The Sibyl's cave lay empty. Some say she had been claimed by the god she served, her body absorbed into the breath that first gave her visions. Others claim she simply walked into the lake and kept walking, her reflection merging with the steam until both vanished. But her kind did not disappear. Across Greece and beyond, new Sibyls rose where the earth whispered loudest, at Thesprotia, at Delphi, at Cumae. Each believed herself possessed by a fragment of the first. Some spoke in riddles, others in song. Yet all shared the same burden, to translate what mortals were never meant to understand. Persephone herself once visited a temple of the dead where a Sibyl spoke. The priestess bowed low, though her eyes rolled white as trance took hold. "Queen of return," she murmured. "Your footsteps change the weather of men's hearts." Persephone frowned. "You hear too deeply." "Not I," said the Sibyl. "The world itself listens when you move." When Hades heard this, he was silent for a long time. "Even the living can feel our rhythm," he said at last. "They call it season. We call it promise." The Sibyls, though mortal, seemed to straddle that same line, between life and death, between ignorance and knowing too much. Their gift was also their curse. For every prophecy granted, a fragment of their own life faded. The more they saw, the less they belonged among the living. Eventually, their bodies withered though their voices remained. Travelers claimed to hear whispers rising from cracks in the rock centuries after their deaths. The air, once breathed by them, still carried their murmurs. To mortals, they became symbols of divine madness. To Hades, they were emissaries, proof that the underworld does not merely take, it also teaches. Philosophers later debated their purpose. Were they instruments of destiny or rebels against it? Plato wrote that the Sibyls were inspired by the god below, who reveals truth to those who will bear its weight. Poets preferred gentler words. They called them the daughters of Echo, singing what even the muses feared to compose. But the truth was simpler. They were the memory of the earth made flesh. Every sigh of wind through a cavern, every tremor beneath a temple floor, was their breath continuing the conversation. In time, the Greeks stopped visiting those caves. New gods rose, and silence returned to the chambers of prophecy. Yet on nights when the ground trembles and steam curls from the soil, shepherds still pause, certain they hear a woman's voice humming in the dark. Neither warning nor comfort, but reminder. For the Sibyl's song is eternal. It tells all who listen that wisdom is not brightness, but depth. Not certainty, but surrender. It is the language of the underworld made audible, truth breathed through mortal lungs. And if one listens long enough, it asks the same quiet question of every age. When truth rises from the grave, who dares to listen? Among the gods of Greece, only one ruled without hymns. No choirs rose to greet his name at dawn. No bright festivals filled the air with song. His offerings were whispered, his worship hidden. He was Hades, and his temples were silent. Silence, however, is not absence. It is reverence in its purest form. The Greeks built shrines to every god who touched their daily lives. Zeus for thunder, Poseidon for the sea, Demeter for grain, Apollo for light. But Hades touched what they feared most, the end of all those gifts. To speak his name aloud was to summon mortality. And so his worship went underground, literally. In shadowed caves and beneath city necropolises, the faithful carved sanctuaries not of marble, but of stone veined with the same black mineral found in the earth's depths. The entrances were narrow, almost invisible, masked by vines or guarded by small altars of soot-blackened bronze. To enter was not to celebrate, but to remember. The priests of Hades were unlike any others. They wore no gold, no crowns of laurel. Their robes were simple, dyed the color of night. When they prayed, they knelt, not out of submission but balance. For to stand before death arrogantly is to misunderstand him. They offered black rams, not for wealth, but for mercy. The sacrifice was always clean, never cruel. The smoke that rose from the blood-soaked earth was believed to feed the unseen, carrying messages downward through cracks that pulsed faintly with heat, veins of the underworld reaching upward to drink memory. Few dared to enter these places willingly, yet those who did often left transformed. They spoke afterward in quiet tones, saying that the darkness there did not feel empty, but listening. It was not the silence of void, but of presence too vast for sound. At Elis, archaeologists later uncovered a small temple cut directly into limestone. No inscriptions named the god, but within its chamber they found a throne carved from rock, untouched, unadorned, waiting. Around it were scattered silver coins, each marked with the head of a bearded man. Not Zeus, not Poseidon, but Hades himself, his gaze calm, unthreatening. The offerings had been placed there by hands that knew gratitude, not terror. For despite his reputation, Hades was never the enemy of life. His title, Pluton, meant wealth giver. Everything that fed humanity, grain, iron, jewels, came from his realm. Farmers tilled the soil, pulling sustenance from the very domain mortals feared. Each harvest was a small resurrection, every seed a whispered prayer to the god below. In some regions, the people even prayed to him for abundance. "Grant us your riches," they would murmur before planting. And when the crops rose tall, they left the first sheaf upon the field's edge, a tribute to the dark that nourished the light. But never music, never celebration, only stillness. The Orphic mysteries, those secret rites whispered among initiates, taught that Hades and Zeus were two faces of the same power, one ruling above, one below. Light and shadow, thunder and silence, breath and stillness. To honor one without the other was to break the world in half. In Thesprotia, travelers told of a cave where the living could speak with the dead through ritual. A priestess would burn bay leaves, inhale the vapor, and lower a golden bowl into a pool fed by underground springs. The reflections upon its surface shimmered and spoke, faint, half-heard, like memories reborn. The faithful called this the breath of Hades, believing his temples were not meant for worship, but communion. Yet not all temples were built of stone. Some existed only where grief lingered. When a mother buried her child and whispered a final lullaby, that was a temple. When an old man sat by a grave, speaking softly to someone who could no longer answer, that too was a temple. Wherever remembrance replaced denial, Hades was near. The philosopher Heraclitus once wrote, "The road up and the road down are one and the same." In those few words, he captured the essence of the god no one dared name. For every life that ends returns to the soil, and from that soil, another begins. The temples of Hades were not monuments to decay. They were acknowledgments of renewal's cost. Persephone understood this more than anyone. During her time above, she would visit fields where the farmers had left offerings for her husband. She would kneel, press her palm into the soil, and whisper, "He hears you." The ground would warm beneath her touch, and the seeds below would stir. It was their shared covenant, her light feeding his shadow, his silence enriching her bloom. Sometimes, Hades himself would walk unseen among his temples. Mortals would feel a stillness in the air, the sudden weight of reflection. Those who were honest with their hearts felt comfort. Those who lived in denial felt unease. Truth, after all, is indifferent to preference. There is a story told of one temple so pure in its devotion that even the gods were moved. Deep beneath Eleusis, where Demeter's mysteries were practiced, there stood a secret chamber called the Sanctuary of Night. Only the highest initiates entered it. Inside burned a single flame surrounded by walls of polished obsidian. When the torches outside dimmed, the reflection within the stone remained, endless, unbroken. They said it was not fire at all, but a window, a glimpse of the quiet light that glowed in Hades' realm, the light that guides souls through Lethe. That flame has long since vanished, but its idea endures. Every candle lit for the dead is its descendant. Every whispered name over a grave is another flicker in the darkness. The mortals feared to speak his name aloud, but they carried it in their gestures. The slow lowering of the head, the pause before throwing soil upon a coffin, the momentary silence before the first tear. These were acts of worship older than prayer itself. And in that silence, Hades listened. Always. He did not need temples of gold or marble. The world itself was his cathedral. Every cave an altar, every heartbeat a hymn, every ending a doorway. Even now, when the wind passes through an empty hall or hums beneath the ground, the old faithful say it is him, walking unseen, not to take but to remind. For faith in Hades was never about fear. It was about completion. And perhaps that is why his temples were silent. Because some gods demand devotion, but Hades only ever asked for understanding. For the living, gold is glory. For Hades, gold is memory, the sunless currency of time. They called him Pluton, the wealth giver, long before they feared him as the god of death. His kingdom lay not only beneath the feet of men, but beneath their understanding. Every seed, every vein of, or every buried root whispered his name in the darkness. It was the poets who misunderstood first. They imagined him brooding in gloom, hoarding shadows. But the philosophers, those rare mortals who saw beyond fear, knew otherwise. Without Hades, wrote one, the world would starve, because every field that blooms, every harvest that fattens, owes its life to what sleeps below. When the ancients looked upon their crops ripening under the sun, they thanked Demeter for fertility. But Demeter herself would nod toward the ground. My gifts rise, she would say, because his realm feeds them. The soil, black and fragrant, was Hades' domain. What the living discarded, he transformed. Every fallen leaf became the promise of spring. Every carcass, every withered stalk, returned as nourishment. To him, death was not destruction. It was circulation. Beneath mountain and meadow alike, the earth pulsed with his wealth, minerals, metals, roots, seeds, the unseen architecture of abundance. The Greeks mined silver at Laurion, marble from Paros, obsidian from Melos. Each vein they cut bled his treasure. Yet they rarely thanked him. They feared to. Still, they could not ignore the irony. The deeper they dug into his world, the richer they became. And thus, Hades became both cursed and indispensable, a god the living needed but dared not praise. Among the most devout of his quiet followers were the miners. They descended each day into darkness, lamps strapped to their heads, air heavy with dust. The first man to strike a new vein would stop and whisper, Pluton, bless this path. They left small coins wedged between cracks in the rock, offerings to the god who ruled both wealth and death. Some never returned, their bodies swallowed by the tunnels. The survivors said the earth had simply taken back its share. But Hades was not cruel. He did not demand sacrifice. He demanded balance. The ancients knew it instinctively, that greed invites collapse. In Athens, they told the story of a man who struck a gold vein so vast it blinded him with ambition. Each day he dug deeper, ignoring rest, ignoring offerings. When the tunnel finally caved, they found no body, only a hollow lined with veins shaped like hands, reaching upward. The priests called it the price of forgetting the giver. In art, the duality of Hades was clear. On funerary urns, he appeared with Persephone, one hand holding a scepter, the other an ear of grain. Above them, Demeter watched the cycle complete. On coins, his profile mirrored Zeus, but the lines of his face were calm where his brothers were fierce. One ruled thunder, the other ruled patience. Persephone often reminded him of this when he brooded. You call yourself king of shadows, she would say, but you forget that even shadows feed the light. The seeds that rest in your care are only sleeping. Hades would glance toward the gardens of Asphodel, where ghostly lilies swayed in invisible wind. Then why, he asked, do mortals call me stingy when I give them everything? Because you give without show, Persephone answered, and they mistake quiet for absence. That answer lingered in him like warmth after cold. From then on, when mortals prayed over their fields, he listened more closely. He heard the rhythm of plows cutting soil, the grunts of farmers, the laughter of children scattering seeds. He understood that life itself was a hymn written in his name, even if none dared to speak it. The Orphics, those secret philosophers of the soul, called his kingdom the womb of eternity. To them, death was not descent but gestation, the soul planted like a seed to bloom again in another form. They taught that when a man dies, he becomes soil, and when a child is born, the soil exhales him. "We are all Pluton's harvest," one hymn said, "and he gathers gently." Even the gods envied that kind of permanence. Zeus reigned in the moment, Poseidon in motion, but Hades reigned in continuity. His was the patience that held the universe together. Once, Hermes came to visit, his sandals scattering sparks as he landed at the throne. "Brother," he said lightly, "the mortals above have begun calling you the god of wealth. They pray to you for gold now." Hades raised an eyebrow. "Do they thank the fire for the ashes it leaves?" Hermes smirked. "They will when they are cold." The two shared a rare laugh, echoing faintly across the cavern halls. In later centuries, when Rome rose upon the bones of Greece, they renamed him Pluto, gentler, richer in sound. Temples to Dispater, the father of riches, appeared quietly across Italy. In frescoes, he no longer stood apart from Persephone. They sat side by side, his hand open rather than clenched. The Romans, who respected empire more than fear, finally saw what the Greeks had only whispered, that the god beneath was not the keeper of endings, but of endlessness. To till the earth is to touch Hades. Every farmer's palm pressing seed to soil replays the first covenant between gods and men. "You will return to me, but you will rise again." Modern scholars, sifting through the ruins of sanctuaries dedicated to him, find the same pattern. Altars buried deeper than any others, inscriptions written in reverse, as though meant to be read from below. A gesture of humility, or perhaps communication. It is the human instinct to dig toward mystery, and perhaps that is his truest gift. Not the gold or grain, but curiosity itself. The drive to look beneath surfaces, to ask what lies unseen, to seek meaning in the dark. Because beneath every story of loss, of burial, of winter, of silence, Hades waits, not as an end, but as an origin. The world above may glitter, but it is the roots below that hold it steady. So the next time a field blooms, or a miner strikes a glint of gold in stone, remember, it is not fortune smiling. It is the patience of the god who never left the soil. The wealth giver does not demand worship, only acknowledgement, for everything you own, from breath to bread, once belonged to him and one day will again. Winter loosens its grip like a tired hand releasing something precious. Beneath the surface, the soil stirs. What was still begins to breathe again. The roots remember her. In the deep halls of the underworld, Hades knows this rhythm by heart. Each time the earth begins to warm, the silence changes, subtle but certain. The rivers flow a little faster. The air hums with anticipation. Even the shades lift their heads, sensing the shift. Persephone is leaving. For 6 months she has ruled beside him, queen of calm, torchbearer of the dead, the pulse that gives his realm its heartbeat. The meadows of Asphodel have never glowed brighter, nor the judges spoken with more compassion. Under her care, death learned gentleness. But now the cycle calls her upward again. Hades stands at the threshold of his palace as she gathers her train of light. He does not beg her to stay. He never does. Love that demands is not love. It is fear wearing its skin. Instead, he simply says, "Go, and take with you what even death cannot hold." Persephone smiles, not sadly, but knowingly. "I always do." She walks toward the gate, her torch dimming as sunlight finds her again. Cerberus lowers his head as she passes. The rivers bow their waves. Even Lethe ripples differently, as if memory itself refuses to forget her. The ascent is slow as it always is. She moves through caverns of memory, through the bones of mountains, through soil heavy with secrets. At each layer, warmth returns. When her fingers brush the first roots of the olive trees, spring exhales. Above ground, the first shoots of green pierce frost. In the fields, farmers look skyward, unsure why they suddenly feel hope. Birds return to the air like prayers rediscovered. The rivers swell, freed from their icy chains. And somewhere, in the heart of the reawakening world, Demeter looks up from her solitude and feels her daughter's presence before she even sees her. The reunion happens not with thunder, but with softness. Demeter is in a field, her fingers tracing the soil's edge when she senses a shadow fall across her. She turns. There stands Persephone, the faint dust of the underworld still clinging to her gown, her eyes carrying both dawn and dusk. For a heartbeat, they only stare. Then the world moves again. The grass brightens beneath their feet. Blossoms erupt from every stem. Bees hum as though awakened by joy itself. Demeter rushes forward, and the two embrace. Goddess to goddess, mother to child, life to death, completing the circle the universe depends upon. "You came back," whispers Demeter. "I never truly left," Persephone answers. Their tears fall to the ground, and where they touch, wheat sprouts instantly, gold against green. The mortals will call it spring, but to the gods, it is simply return. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Hades walks his empty halls. The torches burn steady, but the air feels heavier. Cerberus lies still by the gate, resting his head upon his paws. The god of death pauses by the river Styx, watching his reflection ripple. He is not sorrowful, sorrow implies lack. What he feels is balance shifting, the necessary silence that allows the world above to sing again. Persephone's absence is not loss. It is breath between notes. He moves through his kingdom, ensuring all is in order. The judges deliberate, the souls drift, the furies sleep. His hand brushes the throne she left empty beside his. "Until autumn," he murmurs, and the walls seem to answer with a sigh of acknowledgement. Above, Persephone walks the fields of men. She brings not miracles, but rhythm. She touches vines, and they bud. She breathes upon rivers, and they swell. Her laughter carries warmth into the bones of every creature that survived winter's quiet death. She is no longer the maiden stolen by darkness. She is the woman who returned from it. And in her, mortals find their greatest comfort. When they sow their crops, they think of her rising. When they reap, they remember she will fall again. Her story becomes the pulse of their faith, proof that even after the coldest season, the world will not stay buried. Demeter watches her daughter move through the sunlight and feels something that even gods seldom feel: gratitude. She knows that every year, this joy will fade again, that soon Persephone will descend once more into shadow. Yet she also knows, as all mothers learn, that love strong enough to survive loss becomes immortal. At the height of spring, the two goddesses walk side by side across the plains. Flowers bend as they pass, worshipping silently. "The people above sing to me," Demeter says. "They forget they should also thank you." Persephone smiles faintly. "They will, in time. Every harvest remembers its root. When summer fades and the first leaves turn, she feels it, the call of the underworld tugging gently at her heart. It is not command, nor curse, but rhythm. She visits her mother one last time before descending again. "Must you go so soon?" Demeter asks. "Soon is the price of always," Persephone replies. As she walks once more into shadow, the world above slows its heartbeat. The crops grow heavy with grain. The air cools. Life begins its slow surrender, not in despair, but in faith. For every falling leaf is a promise kept, that death is not an end, but a turning. And below, when she steps through the gates, Hades is waiting. He does not speak. He only extends his hand. She takes it, and together they ascend the black stairs toward the throne. The underworld brightens at her touch, the flowers of asphodel opening as if dawn had followed her home. She looks at him and says, "It was a beautiful spring." He answers, "It always is because it ends." And for a moment, God and goddess stand as the universe meant them to, the perfect balance of growth and stillness, joy and reflection, the cycle that ensures both heaven and hell remain in harmony. Above, the last echo of summer fades. Below, the first star of the underworld flickers to life. And thus, the seasons turn again. A mother's love, a daughter's promise, a god's patience. The eternal dance between warmth and quiet, between what blooms and what waits to bloom again. Before scripture, before prayer, there was only sound. And before sound, there was silence, the sacred stillness from which all voices rise. Deep within the realm of Hades, that silence was not emptiness. It was waiting, and from it came the hymn of the underworld, a song not sung by mortals, but remembered by them in their dreams. The ancients believed that every soul, upon entering the underworld, released a final vibration, a note unique to its life. Joy, sorrow, courage, fear, all translated into tone. The sum of those tones was said to form a symphony so vast that even the gods paused to hear it. The Greeks called it the Orphic harmony, after the man who once made the underworld weep. But long before Orpheus, the hymn already existed. When the first mortals learned to bury their dead, they hummed to ease their own fear. Low and trembling, it sounded like the wind through caves. Over generations, that sound became ritual. Priests of Hades would gather by torchlight at the edge of night, placing bronze bowls over their mouths to deepen the tone. The hum filled the caverns, echoing through rock until the very walls seemed to answer. They believed the earth responded, that the god below listened not to words, but to resonance. And perhaps he did. Hades himself was often found walking the banks of the Lethe, where the currents carried the whispers of the dead. He would stop, close his eyes, and hear it, the unending chorus of lives that once were. To him, it was not noise. It was the sound of balance, the eternal proof that nothing ever truly vanished. It only changed pitch. Even Persephone would pause beside him sometimes, her torch flickering. "What are they saying?" she would ask. "They aren't speaking," Hades replied. "They're remembering." The hymn was not confined to his realm. Fragments of it traveled upward, carried by air through cracks in the ground, rising into the mortal world. Shepherds alone on the mountains claimed they heard it at dusk, a deep hum beneath the wind, neither human nor divine. Fishermen along the Aegean swore the sea itself sometimes sang in harmony, as if remembering its drowned. But it was Orpheus who gave the hymn a body. The poets say he was the son of a muse and the wind itself, the only mortal whose voice could charm the stones, bend rivers, and teach grief to dance. When his beloved Eurydice died, bitten by a serpent, he refused to accept the silence. With his lyre of 7 strings, he descended into the underworld, his music leading him like a torch. As he played, the hymn responded. The rivers calmed, the Furies wept, Cerberus laid his heads down upon his paws. Even Hades listened, not as a god, but as something older, a keeper of order reminded of beauty's rebellion. When the song ended, Persephone turned to her husband. "Let her go," she whispered. "If love can reach this far, it has earned its answer." And so Hades agreed, with one condition. Orpheus must not look back until both had left the darkness. We know how that story ends. The glance, the loss, the silence that followed. But what mortals forget is what came after. Orpheus, broken, did not curse Hades. He walked among the living and sang differently, not to defy death, but to remind them of its music. From his songs were born the Orphic hymns, whispered in secret by those who sought harmony between body and soul. Among these hymns was one dedicated to Hades himself. Its fragments survive still, carved on stone and recorded by poets long after the temples crumbled. To Hades, the unseen one, keeper of balance, ruler of quiet gold, through you all paths return, and in your hall all songs find rest. It was never sung loudly. The faithful spoke it just above a whisper, letting the final line trail into breath, as though the sound itself was afraid to end. The mystery schools of Eleusis adopted that rhythm. During their secret rites, torches were extinguished, and initiates stood in darkness as the priests chanted soft Orphic verses. The experience was said to erase fear, to replace dread with wonder. For in that black silence, one could hear the hum, the deep undertone that held everything together. Philosophers later described it as the music of being. Pythagoras taught that the cosmos was built upon intervals, that the planets moved according to hidden notes. The universe, he said, is a lyre strung by Hades' patience, for if all creation sang, then Hades kept the beat. He was the pause between heartbeats, the silence that makes sound meaningful. Without him, melody would become chaos. Even now, echoes of that idea remain. At funerals, when mourners fall quiet before lowering the coffin, that silence is a verse of the same hymn. When someone hums unconsciously in grief, they are continuing an ancient song whose first composer was the earth itself. There are scholars today who claim that the low chants recorded in certain Greek ruins match the natural frequency of human calm, a tone that slows the heartbeat and eases breath. Perhaps the ancients did not invent the hymn of the underworld. Perhaps they discovered it, already vibrating beneath their feet. For Hades' world was not only death, it was resonance. Every living thing carried an echo of it. The rustle of wind through leaves, the crash of waves, the pulse within one's chest, all parts of the same composition. Sometimes, at twilight, Persephone would stand on the upper world's fields and listen. The cicadas would fall silent, the horizon would glow red, and for a moment, she could hear it too, that low hum beneath all life. She would smile and whisper, "He's listening," because even in separation, the hymn united them. One ruled sound, the other silence, yet their song was shared. In the end, the hymn of the underworld was not about mourning. It was about continuity, the reminder that life does not stop singing when it ends. It simply changes key. And if you close your eyes on a quiet night, when the wind hums through the cracks in old stone and the world feels older than memory, listen closely. Beneath it all, you may still hear the low rhythm of the unseen God, keeping time for eternity. Night in Eleusis was never silent. Beneath the stars, thousands gathered, torches flickering like a second constellation mirrored on earth. Pilgrims from Athens, peasants from distant farms, even kings disguised in plain robes, all had walked the sacred way to witness what no words could describe. They came to die before dying. For 9 days each year, the city transformed into a threshold between worlds. The rituals were older than written history, older even than Homer's verses. They belonged to Demeter and Persephone, the two goddesses whose grief and reunion taught mankind the rhythm of seasons and the secret of rebirth. But behind the mother and daughter stood another presence, silent and constant, Hades, whose bargain made renewal possible. The Eleusinian mysteries promised what no other cult dared, hope beyond the grave. The initiates were not promised wealth, nor power, nor eternal pleasure. They were promised understanding. "Blessed is he who has seen," said the priests, "for he knows the end of life and its God-given beginning." On the first day, participants purified themselves in the sea, washing away dust and deception. On the second, they carried small piglets, symbols of fertility, to sacrifice at dusk, a reminder that life feeds life. Then began the procession along the sacred way, led by priestesses bearing baskets of myrtle and barley. As they walked, they shouted a single word to the watching crowds, "Iacchus," the cry that meant awakening. At the end of their journey stood the Telesterion, the great hall of initiation. Massive stone columns framed its entrance, but inside lay darkness, perfect, deliberate, absolute. It was said that the hall could hold thousands in silence so complete that a single heartbeat could be heard across the floor. When the last torch was extinguished, the high priest spoke, "Descend." The initiates closed their eyes and listened. From somewhere deep below came the sound of drums, slow, pulsing like the heartbeat of the earth. Each beat was a step downward, a symbolic descent into Hades' realm. The air thickened with incense of myrrh and poppy. Many trembled, some wept, yet no one spoke. They were being unmade, stripped of daylight certainty. Then, at the moment when fear began to tighten, a woman's voice rose from the dark. It was not command, it was comfort. "I am she who returns," the voice said. Do not fear the shadow that feeds the seed. A soft light flickered, a single torch revealing a figure robed in white and gold. Persephone, the priestess playing her role, carried a sheaf of grain in one hand, a pomegranate in the other. Behind her came the sound of water rushing, symbol of the Styx, followed by the rattle of hidden instruments mimicking the Fury's wings. In that moment, every initiate stood between terror and awe, seeing, hearing, and feeling the myth not as story but as experience. They were the dying seed, the buried hope, the silence before spring. Suddenly, the drums ceased. Complete darkness again. A breath, a heartbeat, then light. Hundreds of torches flared at once, illuminating the hall in gold. The priest cried, "Brimo has given birth to Brimos. The mighty mother has borne the mighty child." Laughter broke through tears. The audience, still trembling, felt life rush back into their limbs. Death, it seemed, had been endured and overcome. They drank from sacred cups of Kykion, a barley mint potion once shared between Demeter and the mortals she loved. Some claimed it induced visions. Others said the truth required no visions at all, only acceptance. In either case, when dawn came, they emerged from the Telesterion reborn. To outsiders, it was superstition. To the initiates, it was revelation. They understood, as Hades did, that endings and beginnings were the same motion seen from opposite sides. Even the philosophers were changed. Plato attended once and wrote afterward, "Our souls are bound to this world by chains of forgetfulness. Through initiation we remember." He described the mysteries as a perfecting of the spirit, the rehearsal for the final journey every human must make. The priests taught that when Persephone descends, the soul descends with her, into the realm of reflection, where deeds are weighed not for punishment but for meaning. And when she rises, so too does the soul, cleansed by comprehension. Death, they whispered, is but the night before spring. Hades' role, though unspoken, was essential. Without his consent, there could be no return. Without his shadow, the light of Demeter's fields would fade to blindness. The mysteries did not deny him. They honored him in silence, acknowledging that the god of death is also the keeper of continuity. At the festival's end, the initiates carried torches back along the road to Athens. They sang softly, voices mingling with dawn. "Out of the dark I have come, into the dark I shall go, yet between the two there is light." When they reached the city, they said nothing more, for to speak of what they had seen was forbidden. The penalty for revealing the rites was death, but none feared it. After Eleusis, death itself no longer terrified. Centuries passed. Empires rose and fell. The Roman emperors tried to claim the mysteries for themselves, seeking legitimacy through initiation. Later, Christian zealots destroyed the sanctuary, its marble halls left to dust. But some truths are too deeply planted to die. The idea of descent and return, of death as transformation, survived in monastic prayers, in Easter hymns, even in modern rituals of mourning. The torch of Eleusis burns wherever someone learns to see beauty in decay, peace in surrender. Once, a philosopher asked an aging priest what truly happened inside the Telesterion. The priest smiled and traced a circle in the dirt. "We taught them this," he said, "that what ends here begins here, and that even gods kneel before that law." In that simple motion lay all the mysteries. The circle of Demeter, Persephone, and Hades, the endless return that makes existence whole. And though the halls of Eleusis have fallen silent, the earth still performs the rite every year. Winter descends, spring ascends, and life continues its eternal initiation. There is no punishment in the underworld, only reflection. This truth, quiet, unspoken, is the foundation of all Hades' dominion. It is known among the shades as the law of equivalence, that every action, great or small, casts an echo equal to its intent. To mortals it was called justice, to the gods it was balance, to Hades it was simply nature. Unlike Zeus, who ruled through command, or Poseidon, whose tempers churned with the sea, Hades did not judge. He measured. His kingdom was a mirror polished by eternity, showing each soul exactly what it had built in life. No courtroom, no trial, only recognition. When the dead entered, the Furies guided them to the judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, 3 brothers of noble blood who had once ruled kingdoms above. Now they ruled consequence. Minos, the king who learned humility too late, sat in the center. Rhadamanthus, once renowned for his fairness, weighed mercy against truth. Aeacus, whose honesty bordered on severity, guarded the scales. They did not speak often. They listened, and when the listening was done, they pointed not toward torment but toward alignment. Some souls drifted upward to the Elysian fields, where the air shimmered like remembered joy. Others turned left toward the asphodel meadows, where neither sorrow nor bliss remained, only stillness. The few who carried the weight of cruelty walked downward, to Tartarus, not as prisoners but as students of themselves. Because every soul must return to its own making. The philosophers called this the divine equation. What is given is received, not as revenge but as restoration. The Greeks saw it everywhere, in the tide's rhythm, in the season's turn, in the breath of birth and the sigh of death. Nothing is lost, wrote Pindar, only changed in direction. Even the gods were bound by it. When Zeus overthrew Cronus, he inherited his father's paranoia. When Prometheus gave fire to man, he gained insight and agony in equal measure. When Hades took Persephone, he found not possession, but partnership. Every act fulfilled its opposite, balance disguised as consequence. In Hades' throne room, the law was not written, but lived. The torches burned with steady light, neither bright nor dim. The air carried the scent of both decay and bloom. Persephone, seated beside her husband, embodied its gentler side. Forgiveness, renewal, the chance to begin again. Her presence softened even the sternest judgments. Once, as the judges deliberated over the fate of a cruel general, a man whose wars had razed cities for glory, Persephone leaned toward Hades. "Will he burn?" she asked quietly. Hades' eyes did not move from the shade trembling before him. "No," he said, "he will build." And so the general's eternity began not in flame, but in creation. He was tasked to rebuild the cities he had destroyed, stone by spectral stone, endlessly. His punishment was not pain, it was understanding. For the law of equivalence did not concern itself with morality, concerned itself with truth. Whatever a soul carried, pride, greed, love, generosity, returned multiplied, until balance was restored. To some, that cycle felt like torment. To others, peace. There were myths of mortals who glimpsed this law while still alive. The poet Aeschylus wrote of dreams in which men saw their deeds take shape. Kindness glowing like flame, deceit clinging like smoke. We are the architects of our afterlife, he mused. Though the foundation is laid in shadow. The Orphic initiates taught that each soul was both debtor and creditor, paying itself across lifetimes. Through purity of thought and act, one could lighten the weight carried into Hades' realm. Not to escape judgment, for none could, but to greet it unafraid. And yet mortals misunderstood. They imagined Hades as executioner, the grim enforcer of divine retribution. They feared the underworld's mirrors because they feared themselves. But Persephone knew better. Once, walking beside the river Lethe, she asked her husband, "Why must they forget before they return to life?" "Because knowledge without growth is paralysis," Hades answered. "They must forget enough to choose differently." It was perhaps his most merciful act, to let souls begin again. Above ground, echoes of this law seeped into philosophy and art. The scales of justice, the circle of fate, the proverb, "As you sow, so shall you reap," all traced back to his quiet dominion. The mortals carved it into marble statues of Themis, but it was Hades' principle they immortalized. Every action balanced by reaction, every word balanced by silence, every life balanced by death. In one myth, a proud sculptor named Lycon crafted a statue so perfect he declared it equal to a god. The next day, an earthquake shattered it, but unearthed beneath it a trove of gold that made his city prosper. "See," the elders said, Even arrogance finds purpose when balance answers it. The lesson was clear. The universe does not punish pride. It corrects it. In the quiet hours of his rule, Hades sometimes wondered whether even gods were still learning. He remembered the first time he looked into the black river and saw his own reflection. It was not cruel. It was tired. Endless equilibrium requires patience beyond measure. "Do you ever wish it were simpler?" Persephone asked him once. He smiled faintly. Simplicity breaks too easily. Then he turned his gaze to the souls drifting through the fields of asphodel. Millions of them, luminous and silent. "They think of me as their judge," he continued. "But truly they judge themselves. I only hold the mirror steady." She took his hand. "Then you are the gentlest god of all." He said nothing. The torches flickered, perhaps in agreement. Above, mortals still told stories of punishment, of fire, of doom. But those who looked deeper sensed the truth, that the underworld was not a prison, but a balance wheel, a divine mechanism ensuring that the cosmos did not tilt too far toward chaos. And in that endless calibration lay serenity. For what greater peace exists than knowing every act finds its echo, every shadow its light? The law of equivalence was not a threat. It was a promise that nothing, good or evil, ever vanished into meaninglessness. Even now, when the living speak softly to the dead, offering remembrance or apology, the air seems to listen, as if something unseen is measuring, not judging, but harmonizing. Because in Hades' realm, there are no endings, only equal returns. And when the scales finally settle, silence itself becomes the last word of justice. Not every soul is famous. Not every life carves itself into history. Most fade quietly, like embers cooling beneath ash, leaving behind no legacy, no legend, no whisper strong enough to carry upward. These are the forgotten names. In the vast meadow of asphodel, they wander without sorrow or joy. Neither blessed nor cursed, they drift like smoke among silver grasses that sway without wind. The light there is soft, neither day nor night, but an endless twilight that feels like memory itself. No laughter echoes, no cries are heard. Only footsteps, millions of them, falling in rhythm to a silence older than time. When the Greeks spoke of the afterlife, they imagined three destinies: the torment of Tartarus, the bliss of Elysium, and the gray stillness of asphodel. It was here that the ordinary found eternity, those who had lived not wickedly, but without distinction. Not cruel, not kind, simply unremembered. It was not punishment. It was neutrality made manifest. The souls here had no pain, but neither did they have identity. Their names, once spoken by the living, had faded into the air. For in Greek belief, to be remembered was to exist. And once memory vanished, so too did shape and sound. They were the consequence of forgetfulness, proof that immortality belongs not to those who lived longest, but to those who were recalled longest. Every century, Persephone would walk through the fields of asphodel. The flowers bowed at her passing, their petals pale as moonlight. She looked upon the drifting souls, translucent forms that flickered faintly like candle smoke, and felt an ache she could not name. "They are peaceful," said Hades, walking beside her. "They are nothing," she replied softly. "Is peace without memory still peace?" Hades paused, studying the horizonless meadow. They chose no side in life. The world remembers what stands out, triumph or tragedy, light or shadow, but the middle dissolves. And yet, Persephone murmured, "They once loved, they once sang." She knelt among them, touching one shade gently on the shoulder. It turned, startled by a sensation long forgotten. "Do you remember your name?" she asked. The figure hesitated, its mouth moving soundlessly. A faint echo, barely more than breath, escaped. A syllable, maybe two. Then nothing. Persephone closed her eyes. "Then I will remember it for you," she whispered. In that moment, the flower at her feet bloomed, brighter than the rest. For a brief instant, the meadow shimmered, as if gratitude itself had found a way to glow. Even Hades looked away, moved by something too tender for words. There was power in remembrance, The ancients understood this intuitively. To name the dead was to feed their existence. Families poured libations onto graves, whispering names into the soil so the shades below might hear and remain whole. To forget, they said, is the second death. Yet mortals, busy with their own survival, forget easily. The poets called it mercy. The priests called it tragedy. Hades called it inevitable. But every rule has an exception. There are stories, quiet ones, of certain souls in Asphodel who were remembered again. When a descendant spoke their name aloud after generations of silence, the sound traveled downward like a spark through soil. The shade would pause, blink, and for a heartbeat, remember. Their face would sharpen, their eyes regain focus. Then the moment passed, and they faded once more into the twilight. Hades noticed these flashes of remembrance and ordered that the flowers of Asphodel open each time it happened, so that somewhere in his kingdom, memory would leave a mark of light. The poets later called them the blooms of mercy. Once, a mortal musician, nameless himself, was said to have entered the underworld not to find a lover or a hero, but to sing for the forgotten. He played no instrument, carried no coin for passage. When Charon asked for payment, the man only said, "I bring what cannot be bought." Intrigued, Hades allowed him entry. The musician walked into Asphodel and began to hum. Low, slow, familiar. It was a lullaby, one that mothers had sung for centuries before forgetting who wrote it. The shades paused. Some tilted their heads. One began to hum back, then another. Within minutes, the meadow vibrated with 1,000 faint voices joining in unison. Not lyrics, not words, but recognition. For the first time in eons, Asphodel sang. When the song ended, the musician fell silent. Hades appeared beside him. "You have given them something I could not," he said. "What is that?" A moment. The mortal bowed. Then it was worth the journey. When he returned to the living world, he wrote nothing down. He spoke of nothing he'd seen. But the tune survived, carried in whispers through the generations. Proof that even the nameless can create eternity. And that was the lesson Persephone carried whenever she visited the surface. She would walk among graveyards and abandoned temples, listening for names lost to wind. Sometimes she found them carved half-erased into stone. She would trace the letters and whisper them anew, sending them downward like seeds returning to fertile earth. "Grow," she'd murmur, "for you were once loved," because love, unlike memory, never fades completely. It lingers in patterns of starlight, in the scent of soil after rain, in the rhythm of stories retold by strangers who never knew their source. In Hades' realm, that love is what gives color to the gray. The gods once debated whether the forgotten deserved rebirth. Some argued they had not lived boldly enough to earn another chance. But Hades disagreed. "Courage is not only in action," he said. "Sometimes it is in endurance." They survived life without leaving scars. Persephone nodded. Then they should bloom again, not as kings or warriors, but as moments. A laugh, a spark, a heartbeat. And so the myth says that from the souls of the forgotten come the smallest joys of the mortal world. A fleeting scent of nostalgia, a stranger's kindness, a melody hummed without reason. They return not as people, but as sensations. Proof that even anonymity finds meaning in time. The underworld teaches no hatred for oblivion. Teaches acceptance. Because when the living forget, the gods remember. When history erases the earth records, and when names fade from lips, they are rewritten in silence. Asphodel still blooms, endless, pale, patient. Each petal a memory without a name. Each soul a story still waiting to be heard again. And perhaps that is the truest immortality, not being remembered by others, but by existence itself. Not all children of night were born to terrify. Before the dawn of Olympus, when chaos still whispered through the veins of creation, there was Nyx, the primordial goddess of night. From her came many beings, dreams, fates, sleep, and death itself. But of all her children, one was unlike the others. His name was Thanatos, the spirit of peaceful death. He was born in silence, without pain, without cry. Nyx held him against her chest, and the stars dimmed, listening. His eyes were not black, as one might expect, but silver, like moonlight on calm water. "You will end," she told him softly, "but never destroy." His twin brother, Hypnos, the god of sleep, watched curiously. "We are alike," he said. "You close eyes for a night. I close them for eternity." Thanatos smiled faintly. "And yet we both bring rest." From the beginning he was misunderstood. Mortals feared him, imagining skeletons and scythes where there were only wings and quiet hands. They called him merciless, but mercy was all he knew. While his cousins, the Fates, wove life's threads and cut them, Thanatos did not choose when or why. He simply arrived when the weaving was done, his duty neither cruel nor kind, only necessary. The poets described him as a young man with black wings, carrying no weapon, only a touch that stilled the heartbeat like a lullaby. "He comes," wrote Hesiod, "gently, without sword or shout, and gathers those whom pain has already claimed." Even Hades, ruler of the dead, respected him. For though Hades ruled where souls went, Thanatos decided how they arrived. When a mortal's final breath left the body, Thanatos would appear unseen, kneel beside them, and whisper, "You have done enough." Then he would guide the soul to Hermes Psychopompus, who carried them across the boundary to the underworld. The two often met on the threshold, exchanging silent nods, partners in transition. Once, Hermes asked him, "Do you ever tire of endings?" Thanatos looked toward the horizon, where dawn was breaking. "I do not end them," he said. "I complete them." That distinction defined him. Unlike his brother Hypnos, whose gift was temporary, Thanatos was finality given form, yet not despair. His presence was like dusk, inevitable, quiet, strangely comforting once accepted. In art, he appeared holding a small inverted torch, not to extinguish light, but to guide it downward gently. The flame never went out. It simply turned. To the Greeks, that symbol meant everything. A reminder that death does not erase the fire, only changes its direction. Mortals built small shrines to him, though few admitted it. Soldiers prayed for his swift embrace before battle, whispering, "Then take me kindly." Mothers invoked him at the bedsides of dying children, begging for his gentle hand instead of the chaos of suffering. To them, he was not a monster, but a release. Yet not all souls met him willingly. There were those who clung to life beyond measure. Kings drunk on power, lovers unable to let go. To them, Thanatos appeared as a shadow they could not escape. The more they resisted, the darker his wings became. But even then, he was patient, for time always sides with him. There is a story the old philosophers told, a fable passed from temple to academy. Once, a mortal named Istron sought to outwit death. He built a tower of mirrors so that when Thanatos came, the god would see endless reflections of himself and forget which was real. When the day arrived, Thanatos climbed the tower quietly, gazing into each mirrored face. Finally, he reached the man and asked, "Do you think reflection replaces truth?" Istron trembled. "If you cannot find me among them, I am free." Thanatos smiled. "Then look closely, mortal." The man peered into the glass and saw no reflection at all. His body lay already still at the god's feet. "Death," Thanatos said softly, "is not a visitor, it is recognition." From then on, the philosophers used his name to describe clarity. To know Thanatos, they said, is to understand impermanence. Even the Olympians feared his calm. When Apollo struck down mortals with plague, it was Thanatos who followed, ensuring mercy where vengeance had begun. When Ares flooded battlefields with blood, it was Thanatos who ended the screams. No matter how powerful the god, none could deny him entry. But he was not invincible. Once Sisyphus tricked him. The cunning king lured Thanatos into chains under pretense of friendship, binding death itself. For days no one died. The world grew unbearable. Hospitals overflowing, battlefields filled with soldiers who could not perish, only suffer. Even Hades raged. When Ares finally freed him, Thanatos did not seek vengeance. He simply returned to his task with greater purpose, whispering to the newly dead, "Now, rest twice as deep." From then on, he bore a faint scar upon his wrist, a reminder that even death learns humility. The ancients revered that lesson. Temples dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, often depicted Thanatos standing beside him, not as rival but counterpart. One preserved life, the other ended it. Together, they maintained equilibrium. Physicians prayed not to escape him, but to delay him honorably. In philosophy, Thanatos became more than a god, he became a concept. Plato described him as the soul's return to harmony. "Death," he wrote, "is the philosopher's friend." The Stoics later echoed it. To die is to yield what was borrowed. To the mystics of Orpheism, Thanatos was the final initiator, the unseen priest who opened the last gate. They taught that when he extended his hand, one must not resist, for resistance made the passage stormy. Acceptance, however, made it serene. Persephone often spoke kindly of him. "He is my mother's shadow," she told Hades once, "for Demeter nurtures the seed, and Thanatos plants it." Hades nodded, "And I guard what grows." In that exchange lay the essence of their realm, a cycle of giving, receiving, and returning. Thanatos, though quiet, was the hinge upon which it turned. Even now, the poets say his wings move unseen across the world. When a candle flickers and dies without breeze, when a weary face softens into peace, when silence replaces agony, that is his passage. Gentle, invisible, certain. He does not knock. He never announces himself. He simply enters, as softly as nightfall, and whispers the same words he spoke on the first day the world began. "You have done enough." In the stillness between midnight and dawn, when the mortal world forgets itself, the air fills with shapes unseen. Shadows soften. Time loosens its spine. The living drift into a place that does not belong entirely to them, a kingdom that borders both sleep and death. That realm belongs to Hypnos, the god of sleep, and his sons, Morpheus, Phobter, and Phantasos, known as the Dreamkeepers. They are the bridge between Hades' quiet dominion and the mortal mind. For every night, when mortals close their eyes, their souls wander close to the underworld, not crossing, but touching. It is there that the Dreamkeepers do their work. Hypnos himself lives in a cavern deeper than any mortal sea. Its entrance is hidden behind a curtain of poppies, their crimson petals dripping with dew that can silence thought. No sound enters that place, not even the hum of Hades' rivers, only the steady rhythm of breath. Within, Hypnos reclines upon a bed of black feathers, his wings half open, his face serene. From his hands flow invisible threads that bind sleep to all living beings. Even Zeus fears to disturb him. Once, the king of gods tried, demanding that Hypnos aid Hera in deceiving him. The god of sleep agreed, and when Zeus awoke to find himself betrayed, his fury shook Olympus. Hypnos fled, seeking refuge in his mother's embrace. Nyx, the night herself, Zeus, peering into her darkness, hesitated. Even thunder dared not touch night's children. From that day, the king of heaven swore never to cross them again. Beneath Hypnos' tranquil rule move his sons, each a dream given form. Together, they are the architects of the unconscious. Morpheus, the eldest, shapes the dreams of men. He builds them from memory, weaving faces and voices into stories that feel as real as daylight. "Through me," he once said, "mortals remember what they have forgotten, and forget what they cannot bear." His touch is gentle, but his artistry profound. Every image he creates is both truth and disguise. In him, Hades' stillness becomes vision. Phobter, the second son, rules over dreams of beasts and terrors. He is not cruel, he is honest. Where Morpheus paints beauty, Phobter paints warning. His creations crawl through sleep to remind mortals of what they deny while awake. Their fragility, their guilt, their fear. "I am not nightmare," he once told his brother. "I am rehearsal." Phantasos, the youngest, works in abstraction. His dreams are strange, filled with impossible landscapes and shifting forms. Rivers that whisper, skies made of glass, faces that melt into stars. The philosophers say his art inspired prophecy, for only in chaos can the future speak. Together, they fill the night with visions. Each dream sent upward from their cavern passes through the fields of Lethe, absorbing forgetfulness so that the dreamer awakens without full memory, only feeling. It is emotion that remains, not image. That the dreamkeepers know is how the soul learns. Every so often, their father visits Hades. He glides silently through the underworld, his wings trailing mist that soothes even the restless dead. The shades, caught in endless thought, relax briefly under his spell, their movements slowing, their murmurs quieting. Persephone calls it the mercy between eternities. During one such visit, Hades asked him, "Why give mortals dreams of fear as well as peace?" Hypnos smiled faintly, "Because peace untested is fragile. In sleep, they face what daylight hides." "Then your work is judgment," said Hades. "No," replied Hypnos, "it is rehearsal for understanding yours." The god of death said nothing, but when Hypnos departed, he watched long after the wings had vanished, thinking how even the living must touch darkness to stay whole. It is said that Morpheus himself sometimes visits mortals who stand between life and death, those whose bodies sleep but whose souls waver near the gate. To them he appears as a familiar face, leading them through landscapes of memory. When they finally cross the threshold, he bows and steps aside for Thanatos. The mortals who return from near-death speak of him in half-remembered images. A man of light whispering, "Wake or rest, you may choose." Dreams, then, are not illusions. They are negotiations between gods. In the ancient city of Cumae, priests built a small temple to Hypnos and his sons beside a necropolis. They believed that sleep purified the soul before death. On certain nights, pilgrims came seeking the divine dream. They would lie upon stone beds, inhaling the smoke of burning opium and laurel. The high priest would chant, "Open the gate but close the eyes," and then they dreamed not of gods but of themselves. When they awoke, many wept. Some said they had spoken with lost loved ones. Others saw warnings they heeded for the rest of their lives. A few never woke at all. "They went where their hearts had already gone," said the priests. Even the philosophers, skeptical of superstition, treated dreams with reverence. Aristotle called them echoes of the soul's motions. Plato warned that ignoring dreams was like ignoring half of existence. "The mind that never sleeps," he wrote, "forgets what it means to live." Through every age, mortals built monuments to the waking world but entrusted their truth to dreams. For in dreams, there are no lies, only mirrors. The dream keepers still work unseen. When a mother dreams of a child she's lost, it is Morpheus giving comfort. When a warrior wakes sweating, heart pounding, from visions of fire, it is Fogder's reminder that courage means returning to battle anyway. When an artist wakes inspired by images they cannot explain, it is Phantasos whispering that chaos is the mother of creation. Sometimes even gods dream. It is said that when Hades sleeps, a rare, quiet moment, Hypnos sends him visions of the world above. Forests shimmering in sunlight, waves sparkling like molten glass, Persephone's laughter carried by wind. The god of death wakes not saddened, but reassured. The surface still exists. The cycle still holds. Balance remains. Perhaps that is why Hades never forbade dreams to enter his realm. He understood that even the dead need stories to rest. And so, while mortals sleep, the dreamkeepers continue their work, invisible painters of the night, sculpting truth from illusion. They remind the living that every ending begins with vision, and every vision begins with surrender. At the edge of the dawn, as light spills into the world, their father calls them home. The poppies close, the cavern stills. The last dream dissolves like mist on the surface of a river. And yet, if one listens closely before waking, one might hear the faintest whisper from that hidden world, the voice of Morpheus himself, speaking through the final flicker of the dream. Do not forget what you saw, for dreams are only memory learning to breathe. There is one night each year when the underworld exhales. A single breath of remembrance rises through cracks in the earth, carrying whispers of names once spoken and now lost to time. The ancients called it Antisteria, the Feast of Ghosts. It began not in terror but in tenderness. When winter loosened and the vines of Athens began to bud, the people gathered to honor both Dionysus, bringer of life's joy, and Hades, keeper of its quiet. For even in celebration, they remembered the dead who had tilled the same soil, harvested the same vines, and once laughed in the same streets. At sunset, the city changed. Doors were left ajar, bowls of honey and wine set upon thresholds. Children scattered sesame seeds at crossroads, a map for the wandering souls. The elders whispered, "Tonight, they return." Down below, Hades heard. He did not forbid it. "Let them go," he told Persephone. "One night of memory harms no realm." And so the gates opened. Quietly, the dead rose not as specters but as impressions. Light bending where form should be, the faint scent of smoke where footsteps passed. They walked the streets they once knew, invisible but felt. Dogs barked at corners, candles flickered without wind. The living sensed company and spoke softly, as one does in sacred places. Families gathered in courtyards lit by oil lamps. At the center stood the pithoi, large clay jars filled with the new season's wine. The first cup was poured not for the living but for the unseen guests. "For those who came before," they said. Then they drank slowly, reverently. It was a communion across mortality. The poets wrote that Hades himself walked among them that night, cloaked not in shadow but in anonymity. He watched how mortals mourned and celebrated at once. Persephone, above for her season, drifted through the fields of blooming narcissus, sensing her husband's quiet presence beneath her feet. Even apart, they shared the same ritual. As the night deepened, the boundary between worlds thinned. Dreams grew vivid. The air shimmered faintly, like heat without fire. In some homes, chairs creaked under unseen weight. In others, the smell of a lost relative's perfume filled the air. The wise did not fear it. They set another cup upon the table and whispered, "Welcome home, but hospitality has rules." By dawn, every bowl had to be emptied outside, every door swept with laurel. "Out, Carice, out!" the women cried. Not in anger, but ritual closure. The shades obeyed, returning through cracks and wells to the stillness below. The gates sealed, and the living exhaled. The sun rose upon a world freshly balanced. Grief acknowledged, joy restored. The philosophers later saw meaning beneath the custom. Plutarch wrote that the feast reminded men of the kinship of all existence, for what has lived continues to live within us. It was psychology before its time, a yearly release of sorrow so that life could begin anew. In the underworld, the souls carried the warmth of that night back with them. The asphodel meadows glowed faintly brighter. The judges smiled more often. Persephone would tell Hades of the songs sung above, and he would nod, listening as though he could still hear them. "They remember," she would say. "For now," he replied, "that is enough. Memory is a kind of worship." The Feast of Ghosts was not confined to Greece. Across the ancient world, echoes of the same belief bloomed under different names. In Egypt's beautiful festival of the valley, in Rome's Parentalia, in lands far east where lanterns guided ancestors home. Humanity, it seemed, shared one instinct: to bridge the silence with ritual, to speak once more to those who could no longer answer. Antisteria's second night was called Chose, the Night of Cups. The wine was strong, unblended, its sweetness masking truth. As men drank, they told stories of their ancestors, not heroic but human. A farmer who saved a neighbor during famine, a mother who sang through war, a child who died before naming day. Each tale added warmth to the invisible crowd. For one evening, equality reigned. King and beggar, living and dead, all seated at the same invisible table. In later ages, when faith shifted and temples fell, the feast survived in secret. Families would still light candles on thresholds each spring, claiming it was for luck. Children left food by windows for the wind. But the old knew, They kept the memory alive by disguising it as superstition. Hades never minded the deception. Remembrance, in any form, was enough. There is a story, half myth, half parable, told by the priests of Eleusis. One Antisteria, a woman named Irene, set her table as tradition demanded: 3 cups of wine, bread, honey. She whispered names: her husband, her son, her mother. Then, as she turned to leave, she felt a hand brush her shoulder. Gentle, cool, unmistakably real. She did not scream. She simply said, "I know." The next morning, her neighbors found the bread untouched, but the cups empty. And in the dust near her threshold lay 3 perfect footprints, pressed deep, as though someone had truly stood there. Such tales remind us why the feast mattered. It was never about proof of spirits. It was about gratitude. A civilization that forgets its dead forgets itself. Even now, scholars say the festival was psychological genius. By ritualizing remembrance, the Greeks defused fear. Death became familiar, a guest, not a monster. And in recognizing the dead as part of life's rhythm, they honored Hades without naming him. Perhaps that is why the god permitted it year after year. For one night, he allowed his subjects to walk the world again, to see the moon, to feel rain, to hear their names carried on human breath. It was his quiet gift to Persephone's world. When dawn finally came, he would close the gates and whisper, "Rest now. You are remembered." The dead obeyed, satisfied. The living, too, felt lighter, as though something heavy had been returned to its rightful keeper. And so, the Feast of Ghosts endured, a bridge renewed by love, by wine, by memory. It taught mortals what all myth teaches, that death does not end relationship. It merely changes the way love speaks. When night falls on our world and we raise a glass to absent friends, the echo of Antisteria still stirs in the air. Somewhere beneath, in halls of quiet gold, Hades listens and smiles. The ancients did not fear the grave. They studied it. In marble courtyards and shaded academies, men of thought sat among tombs, listening to silence as if it could teach. For the Greeks, death was not a contradiction to life. It was its conclusion, the punctuation that gave every sentence meaning. To contemplate the grave was not morbid. It was philosophical discipline. Socrates, condemned to die by the same city he had spent a lifetime teaching, faced his end with calm curiosity. Death, he told his students, is the separation of soul from body. If the soul is immortal, then what we call dying is merely changing rooms. When he drank the hemlock, he smiled. His last words were not of fear, but of debt. "We owe a cock to Asclepius," he said, "a final offering to the god of healing, as though death itself were a cure." That simple phrase became scripture for philosophers who came after. For Socrates had transformed death from an enemy into an instructor. The grave became a classroom. His student Plato expanded the lesson. In the Phaedo, he wrote that the philosopher's duty was to practice dying while still alive. "The body deceives," he said. "The soul alone perceives truth. To detach from appetite and illusion is to prepare for Hades' realm." To Plato, the underworld was not punishment, but purification. A cosmic university where the soul unlearned what it once mistook for reality. He imagined rivers of forgetfulness and remembrance as symbols of moral cleansing. "The just man," he wrote, "fears not Hades, for his conscience is his passport." When Pythagoras taught his disciples centuries before, he too spoke of the grave as geometry. The body, he said, was a triangle of being birth, life, and death forming perfect equilibrium. To erase one side was to collapse the figure entirely. His followers meditated in darkness to mimic the womb of the earth, believing that contemplation of silence brought harmony with Hades' law of balance. Heraclitus, the philosopher of paradox, saw the same truth through fire. "The path upward and the path downward are one," he wrote. To him, the grave was not descent but continuity, the same energy flowing through different forms. Men forget that death is what gives things their shape. Even Epicurus, who denied the immortality of the soul, found comfort in the grave. "Where I am, death is not," he reasoned. and where death is, I am not. To him, fear of death was the root of all anxiety. Acceptance of it was liberation. The Epicureans met in gardens, not temples, discussing mortality under blooming trees. Their serenity scandalized the pious but endured longer than the marble of their critics. To every Greek thinker, one truth repeated like a refrain, that the awareness of death ennobled life. For what is valuable precisely because it ends? The tombstones of Athens still whisper this lesson. On them, sculptors carved not grim skeletons but scenes of farewell, hands clasped gently, eyes meeting for the last time. Death was portrayed as continuity, not rupture. Be kind. One inscription reads, "We shall meet again beneath another sun." Even the architecture spoke philosophy. Graves were not hidden but placed along the roads leading from the city, reminders that every journey began and ended in the same place. Travelers passed them daily, reading epitaphs aloud, ensuring that no life vanished unacknowledged. It was education through exposure, mortality turned into moral compass. But the grave was more than metaphor. It was experiment. In Delphi, the priests of Apollo built a chamber beneath the temple where initiates could spend a night in total darkness. They called it katabasis, the descent. Those who emerged claimed to have seen visions. Rivers, gates, light at the end of tunnels. The experiences varied, but the outcome was the same, fear replaced by comprehension. "I have died," one initiate wrote, "and therefore I have begun to live." Hades himself was not absent from this philosophy. In the mythic imagination of the Greeks, he became the silent teacher, the god who spoke only through reflection. His kingdom was the soul's mirror, showing mortals who they truly were once pretense was stripped away. "To know Hades," said one Orphic hymn, "is to know oneself." This was not worship in the ordinary sense. It was dialogue. Every funeral became a philosophical conversation between the living and the dead. The mourners would stand before the pyre or grave, offering olive branches and words, not because they believed the dead required them, but because they needed to articulate what remained unfinished. Speech was catharsis. The grave, the listener. The Romans inherited these ideas and expanded them. They built necropolises, cities of the dead, arranged with streets, courtyards, and gardens. They walked among the tombs as they would among neighbors, conversing with inscriptions. The philosopher Seneca, meditating on his mortality, wrote, "To learn to die is to unlearn fear. The grave is not exile, but homecoming." Perhaps this was why the Greeks left offerings not only of food and coins, but of words. Small scrolls inscribed with prayers, questions, or reflections were buried with the dead, messages intended not for the gods, but for the soul itself. Archaeologists have unearthed some of them, fragile and charred, yet still legible. "May I be wiser in the next life. Forgive what I did not understand. If I dream again, let it be in peace." Even silence was expression. The unmarked grave, the simplest mound of earth, carried its own philosophy, that identity need not depend on recognition, only on being. In time, these reflections evolved into entire schools of thought. The Stoics saw death as the ultimate test of virtue, the point at which reason met reality. "Memento mori," they whispered. "Remember that you must die, not as threat, but as invitation. To live without vanity, to love without fear." Underneath it all, the Greeks shared a conviction older than their temples, that wisdom and mortality were twins. To understand one was to embrace the other. In Hades' realm, the philosophers imagined a different kind of eternity. Not paradise, not punishment, but dialogue without end. Socrates conversing with Homer, Heraclitus debating Pythagoras. The shades of thinkers walking along the asphodel fields, still arguing under the dim stars, their voices blending with the hum of the underworld's rivers. And perhaps Hades, watching from his throne, allows himself the faintest smile. For in their endless discussion lies the truth he has known since time began, that life's deepest meaning is born not from denial of death, but from understanding it. The grave, then, is not a stop. It is punctuation, the pause that allows the next sentence to begin. Long before temples rose and creeds divided men, there was a song. It began in darkness, a single note trembling through the void, older than language, older than gods. The ancients called it Orpheism, and its singer was Orpheus, the mortal who taught the world that music could open even the gates of death. But what began as melody became a philosophy, a faith whispered in secret chambers long after Orpheus himself was gone. The followers of his path, the Orphics, believed that life was not a line but a circle, and that every soul walked it again and again until it learned the harmony of all things. They said that Orpheus, after losing Eurydice for the second and final time, wandered the earth in grief. Yet his grief was not silence, it was revelation. He saw in her loss the pattern of existence. Descent, remembrance, return. From that revelation came teachings carved upon gold tablets, hidden in tombs beside the dead. Archaeologists have found them thin, fragile sheets inscribed in ancient Greek. I am a child of earth and starry heaven, but my race is of heaven alone. This you know yourselves. Tell Persephone that Bacchios has freed me. These words were not prayer. They were instruction, passwords for the soul. The Orphics believed that when death came, one must remember who one truly was, lest they drink from the river of Lethe and forget. Do not sip from forgetfulness, the tablets warn. Drink instead from Mnemosyne, the water of memory. For memory, they said, was salvation. Not worship, not sacrifice, not ritual, but remembrance. Through memory, one could escape the endless wheel of rebirth and dwell forever among the blessed in Elysium. Ignorance chained the soul to repetition. Knowledge set it free. To the Orphics, the underworld was not a prison but a school. Souls descended into Hades as students of consequence, learning through experience, refining their essence like gold through fire. You will return, they taught, until you remember what it means to be divine. This belief changed everything. It erased the fear of death. It turned Hades from judge into instructor. His realm became not a dungeon, but a library of lives. The Orphics called their practice catharsis, purification. Through music, fasting, and meditation, they sought to quiet the noise of flesh and hear the song of the soul beneath it. They dressed in white, avoided the killing of animals, and spoke of the body as a temporary garment, woven by necessity, not identity. Plato, who was born centuries later, studied their teachings and echoed them in his philosophy. The body, he wrote, is the tomb of the soul, but he also called it its instrument. Orpheus, he said, had not tried to escape the world, he tried to tune it. In the Orphic hymns, Hades appears not as grim monarch but as guardian of transformation. One fragment reads, "To Hades, the unseen one, who dissolves form but preserves essence, whose halls are full of returning suns." It was a radical reimagining, death not as annihilation but as reassembly. The soul did not vanish, it changed rhythm, and Hades was the conductor ensuring that no note was lost. The Orphics also redefined Persephone. To them, she was not simply queen of the dead but the gatekeeper of enlightenment. Each time she descended and ascended, she carried with her the wisdom of both realms. Through her, they said, we learn that descent is not fall, it is initiation. To outsiders, Orpheism seems strange, even dangerous. His followers refused to fear gods, insisting that divinity lived within all beings. They held private rites in caves and groves, far from the grand temples of Olympus. There, by torchlight, they sang Orpheus songs, gentle, repetitive, hypnotic. The music was said to calm animals, still storms, and draw tears from stone. But the heart of their ritual was silence. After the hymns ended, they would sit together in wordless contemplation, believing that truth could only be heard when all sounds ceased, just as Orpheus' final note faded into the quiet of Hades' realm. It was said that even Hades himself listened that night. When Orpheus played, he did not hear rebellion, he heard longing. And when the music stopped, the god realized that silence itself had been the final verse. That is why the Orphics revered silence almost more than song. To them, it was the sound of comprehension. Their teachings spread quietly through Greece, threading through philosophy, art, and ritual. The Eleusinian mysteries borrowed their imagery of descent and rebirth. The Pythagoreans adopted their belief in soul transmigration. Even early Christian mystics, centuries later, echoed their language of divine union and purification. Orpheus's song, though hidden, never ceased. The Orphics also spoke of a cosmic memory, the idea that every soul carries within it the imprint of all it has ever been. Each lifetime, each joy, each grief leaves a vibration, and the sum of those vibrations becomes one's music. To hear it clearly is to achieve understanding. To ignore it is to repeat it endlessly. Listen, the gold tablets whisper. You are the harmony you seek. It was an idea both beautiful and dangerous, for it placed divinity not in distant gods, but in human consciousness. If every soul was eternal, then every act mattered infinitely. And if all beings were fragments of the same melody, then cruelty was dissonance against oneself. This moral elegance outlived the sect itself. By the time of Rome, Orpheism as a religion had faded, its initiates scattered, but the ideas remained, woven into poetry, philosophy, and art. The notion that death refines the soul, that memory redeems, and that all creation sings, these became the undercurrent of Western mysticism. The last known Orphic temple fell to ruin sometime in the 2nd century CE. Yet travelers who passed near its stones claimed they could still hear faint music at dusk. Not the sound of instruments, but of wind moving through hollow marble, creating tones almost human. Scholars dismissed it as coincidence. The poets knew better, for they believed that Orpheus never truly died. Torn apart by the Maenads, his head was cast into the river Hebrus, still singing. The current carried it to the sea, where the waves themselves took up his melody. To this day, when the wind hums low across stone, some say it is Orpheus reminding the world that death, too, can sing. And perhaps Hades smiles at that sound, for in his realm, the echoes of Orpheism still wander, faint but eternal, repeating the message that changed the world. Remember, you are the song. Not every hero fights monsters. Some face something greater, silence itself. When Odysseus, king of Ithaca, sailed home from Troy, he had already defied gods, storms, and time. Yet the greatest trial awaited him not on the sea, but beneath it. The poets called it the Nikia, the journey to speak with the dead. Driven by prophecy, he steered his ship beyond the edge of the known world, to where the ocean's currents circle upon themselves and daylight forgets to arrive. There, on the shore of shadow, he dug a pit in the earth and poured offerings, milk, honey, and blood, calling to those who had passed beyond. The wind died. Even the sea seemed to hold its breath. Then, from the darkness, they came, shapes of men and women, dim as smoke, countless as stars. They drifted toward the scent of memory. Odysseus, trembling, drew his sword, not to fight, but to remind himself he was still alive. The first to approach was Elpenor, his fallen comrade, who had died unburied on Circe's roof. "Remember me," the ghost pleaded, "and mark my grave, lest I wander lost." In that instant, Odysseus understood that the dead crave one thing only: acknowledgement. Memory is the currency of eternity. Next came Tiresias, the blind prophet, guided by Persephone herself. His hollow eyes glimmered with inner fire. "Why come, son of Laertes?" he asked. "Few mortals cross this river unbidden." Odysseus bowed. "To learn how to live again." Tiresias smiled, thin and knowing. "Then listen, for even death speaks truth. The journey home is not return. It is renewal. Beware of pride, for the sea forgives no arrogance, and neither does the soul." The prophet drank of the blood and told him of trials yet to come, the cattle of the sun, the wrath of Poseidon, the bow that no man but he could draw. But what Odysseus remembered most were the final words. "When all is done, take your oar and walk inland until someone mistakes it for a winnowing fan. There, plant it in the earth and make peace with the unseen god. The unseen god, Hades, for even the cleverest of mortals must one day lay down his oar." As Tiresias faded, the shades pressed closer, heroes of ages past. Achilles, radiant even in death, stood before him, his armor dim but his pride undimmed. "Greatest of the Achaeans," Odysseus said, bowing low, "we honor you still among the living." Achilles shook his head. "Do not envy me, son of Ithaca. I would rather be a servant among the living than a king among the dead." It was the most human sentence ever spoken in Hades' realm. Glory, the very flame that had driven men to war, flickered against the chill of eternity and went out. Odysseus moved among them, Agamemnon mourning betrayal, Ajax silent in resentment, Heracles gleaming like a constellation half-forgotten. Each shade told a fragment of truth, each voice a reminder that the price of greatness is isolation. No victory survives the grave unaltered. As he listened, Odysseus felt the distance between heroism and humility collapse. The underworld was not punishment. It was perspective. He wondered whether Hades watched. Perhaps he did. Perhaps the god of balance saw in this mortal's curiosity something rare. Not defiance, but understanding. For Odysseus sought not to conquer death, but to converse with it. When the blood ran dry and the shades dispersed, a colder presence rose from the pit. His mother, Anticlea. He had not known she was dead. Her form shimmered like dawn over water. "Mother," he whispered, "why have you left me?" "Because all must," she replied gently. "But I remain in every act of love you give your son." He reached for her, but she dissolved through his arms. Grief tore through him. Not rage, not despair, but awe. For in that moment, he felt how thin the wall between worlds truly was. He sealed the pit, purified his hands, and stood staring at the horizonless dark. Around him, the air pulsed faintly, not with threat, but with equilibrium. It was as though the underworld itself were a heartbeat in slow time. Life and death inhaling and exhaling together. When Odysseus finally spoke, his voice was a whisper swallowed by eternity. "I have seen the cost of forgetting," he said. "I will remember." Then he turned back toward the living world. As he climbed the shore, the first light of dawn touched the sea, turning it to liquid bronze. He breathed deeply. The air tasted new, heavy with salt and revelation. No storm could frighten him now. He had already sailed through silence. Later, when he told his men what he had witnessed, they asked what the dead were like. Odysseus did not describe their forms or their cries. He simply said, "They are us without the noise." Years after his return to Ithaca, when his house was rebuilt and peace restored, Odysseus would sometimes sit by the shore, staring at his oar. He knew the prophecy was unfinished. One day, he would walk inland until someone asked that question. "What is that thing you carry?" And then he would plant it in the earth, honoring both Poseidon and Hades. In that final act, the restless voyager would find stillness. Not as king, not as legend, but as man. The poets who told his story believed that when Odysseus at last died, Thanatos found him smiling. The god of gentle death asked why. "Because I kept my promise," Odysseus answered. "I remembered." Thanatos nodded, folding his wings. "Then you may rest among those who understood." Thus ended the journey of the hero who spoke to death, a mortal who learned that the truest victory is comprehension, not conquest. His name endures not because he fought monsters, but because he listened to ghosts. And somewhere, in the still fields of Asphodel, when the wind stirs, the shades still murmur his lesson to one another. To live wisely, speak once with death, and listen. 5 rivers flow through the underworld, but only one burns. Its name is Phlegethon, the river of fire. It winds through Tartarus like a living serpent of flame, lighting the black stone caverns with its molten glow. To the untrained eye, it seems punishment, a river that consumes what it touches. Yet those who listen closely know its secret. Phlegethon does not destroy, purifies. The poets called it the forge of souls. This current is slow, deliberate, glowing not with wrath but with purpose. Here, Hades' realm reveals its truest paradox, that pain, endured consciously, becomes cleansing. The ancients believed every soul carried residue from life, the unburned ashes of pride, fear, regret. Before rebirth, these remnants must be tempered. That was the purpose of Phlegethon. Not vengeance, but refinement. At the river's edge stand silent guardians, beings neither mortal nor divine, born from the river itself. Their bodies shimmer like glass under heat, and within them flicker faint sparks of memory. They are called the Pyrenoi, keepers of the flame. They guide those sent to the river, ensuring the fire does not consume more than it should. When a soul steps forward, the flames rise like breath. The Pyrenoi extend their hands. "Do not fear," they whisper. "Fire does not judge, it reveals." And so the soul walks into the current. What burns away are the illusions, the masks worn in life, the roles mistaken for truth. What remains is essence, bare and luminous, like metal drawn from ore. Hades himself visits the river rarely, for its energy is volatile even to gods. When he does, he stands upon a basalt bridge spanning the inferno, his robe catching the red glow like embers in darkness. Persephone walks beside him, her expression solemn. "It is cruel," she once said. "It is kind," he replied. "Would you have them carry their pain forever?" She watched the souls below, some crying out, some silent, some radiant with acceptance. "And those who refuse?" she asked. "They will return to the flames until they learn not to fear them." To the Greeks, Phlegethon symbolized more than punishment. It was the alchemy of existence. For every soul, they believed, contains both water and fire, emotion and transformation. The journey through Hades was the rebalancing of these elements. First, Lethe cleansed memory. Then, Phlegethon cleansed attachment. Even the Orphic initiates, who saw the underworld as a school, spoke reverently of the fiery river. Through Phlegethon, their hymns declare, "The heart remembers what cannot die." The flames were said to sing, a deep, resonant hum like the sound of molten metal cooling. It was not a scream, but a chord. Those who had shed enough illusion could hear their own soul's tone within it, harmonizing with the cosmos. To them, the fire felt not like heat, but like recognition. In one tale, a mortal named Eidothea, a priestess of Demeter, chose to descend into Hades voluntarily, seeking absolution for a betrayal she could not forgive herself for. The Furies led her to the edge of Phlegethon and offered her a choice: oblivion or passage. She stepped into the fire. Witnesses among the shades said she did not scream. Her body shimmered with light, her regrets unraveling like smoke. When she emerged, she was no longer bound by sorrow. Hades himself greeted her at the river's bank. "You are free," he said. "But I am nothing," she answered. "Then you are ready to begin again." The myth spread across Greece, the story of the woman who forgave herself through fire. To this day, her name survives in fragments of poetry, her tale cited as proof that redemption is self-chosen. Phlegethon's symbolism extended beyond myth into philosophy. Stoic thinkers compared it to the human conscience, a force that burns away excess, leaving only virtue. The soul, wrote Cleanthes, is iron within flame. It glows brightest when tested. Artists, too, drew inspiration from it. Ancient painters depicted the river not as inferno but as radiant stream, bordered by dark cliffs. In their art, souls did not writhe. They ascended, emerging from the flames as silhouettes of gold. Even in religion, the motif endured. Centuries later, poets would speak of purgation, a process of cleansing before rebirth. Though names changed, the image of fire as mercy persisted. For what greater act of grace exists than the chance to be remade? In the underworld, the river never sleeps. It glows with perpetual motion, circling Tartarus and flowing eventually into the depths of Cocytus, the river of lamentation. There, its heat meets cold, forming steam that rises through fissures into the mortal world. Ancient travelers claimed that in certain caves of Greece, particularly near Methana and the volcanic isles, one could hear faint hissing and feel warm air from below. Phlegethon breathes here, they said. Some even built shrines above those vents, believing them sacred wounds of the earth through which purification ascended to the heavens. Persephone once asked her husband, "Do mortals understand what this truly is?" Hades looked at the glowing river and answered, "Some do. They call it remorse. For remorse, like fire, cleanses only when accepted. To resist it is to burn endlessly. To step willingly into it is to emerge whole. Perhaps that is why poets feared not phlegethon, but ignorance of it. For to deny one's shadow is to remain unrefined, carrying the same burdens from life to life. The Orphics taught that in the final cycle, when a soul has learned all it must, the river no longer burns. It becomes light, clear, and warm. The initiate drinks from it without pain, their essence glowing gold. The fire has become sun, they wrote. The heart has remembered itself. Even Hades finds serenity in its glow. Sometimes he walks its banks alone, gazing into the current. In its depths he sees reflections, faces of mortals who once feared him, now radiant, at peace. They nod silently before dissolving into light. The god of the dead stands unmoving, eyes bright with the reflection of flame, and murmurs, "So it ends, and so it begins." Because in truth, every fire that consumes also creates. Every ending refines. And every soul, no matter how lost, will one day step willingly into the river and let go. Phlegethon burns still, deep, patient, merciful. The river of fire that destroys nothing, but transforms everything. There comes a moment, even for gods, when silence becomes their only prayer. Long after the temples had faded and the hymns grew faint, the immortals of Olympus began to feel what mortals had known since time began, the ache of being forgotten. The world changed. Marble cracked, altars fell to dust, and new names replaced the old. Yet beneath the earth, in his shadowed throne room, Hades remained untouched. For death requires no believers. It endures whether praised or denied. Still, he could feel the stillness spreading through the upper world. Once, every dawn brought offerings to Apollo. Every storm invoked Poseidon's name. Every birth called upon Hera's protection. Now the prayers came slower, like embers dying in rain. Even Zeus' thunder grew quiet. The poets call this era the sleep of the gods. But it was not sleep in the mortal sense. It was withdrawal, a dreamlike drifting into memory. As faith turned its gaze elsewhere, the Olympians found themselves wandering through the haze of their own myths, uncertain whether they were gods or stories. On the slopes of Olympus, the halls stood open to wind. Vines crept across marble floors once polished by divine feet. In the distance, eagles nested where once lightning had been forged. The throne of Zeus gleamed faintly in the half-light, empty but not abandoned. Even immortality, it seemed, could grow lonely. Poseidon sank deeper into the sea, his trident resting against coral thrones, watching the tides without command. Athena sat in her library of clouds, turning pages that no longer glowed with mortal thought. Aphrodite wandered among ruins of her own temples, brushing dust from broken statues of herself, whispering, "Do they still love?" But Hades did not waver. He ruled a realm that needed no worship to exist. Every heartbeat that stopped, every leaf that fell, every ember that cooled, all came to him, offerings beyond faith. For death is democracy incarnate. It answers no prayer, yet fulfills them all. Persephone alone moved between realms, bearing witness to the fading above and the constancy below. "They sleep," she told her husband once, her torch casting long shadows across the obsidian floor. "The world no longer calls their names." Hades studied her face. "Then perhaps they dream of it," he said. "What do gods dream of?" she asked. He thought for a moment. Of being remembered. In that single line lay the truth of divinity's fragility. For gods, as much as mortals, depend on memory for meaning. Without worship, they become reflections, still luminous, but without direction. Yet Hades, bound to the inevitable, needed no memory to justify his existence. He was not sustained by belief. He was sustained by reality itself. One night, Persephone found him standing before the river Lethe, the waters of forgetfulness glowing faintly blue. "Do you envy them?" she asked. "The mortals." No, the gods who dream. He gazed at the river.
No.
Dreams fade, but this endures. He gestured toward the flow, the endless passage of souls, each carrying stories the surface world would never tell. While they sleep, he said, I remember for them. Above ground, the old myths persisted in whispers, passed by poets, scholars, and dreamers who could not let go of the ancient order. In dim candlelight, they wrote of the forgotten gods, of their fading yet unbroken presence in the fabric of nature. They said the seasons were Persephone's sighs, the earthquakes Poseidon's turning, the thunder Zeus' restless dreams. In this way, the gods lived on not as rulers but as metaphors. Their temples became languages, their powers archetypes. To speak of wisdom was to invoke Athena without knowing her name. To fall in love was to echo Aphrodite's fire. To face death bravely was to honor Hades himself. Perhaps that was their true immortality, to become inseparable from the human condition. Still, there were nights when Olympus stirred. A faint flicker of gold across the mountain's peak. A whisper carried through storms. Reminders that gods never truly die. They wait. And beneath, in the calm of the underworld, Hades kept vigil. He understood cycles better than any other. All things return, he once told Persephone. Even belief. She smiled softly. Will they call us again? When they are ready to remember what silence means. For humanity, ever restless, would one day seek wisdom in darkness once more. When temples of glass and light proved no warmer than stone. When progress left their souls hollow. Then, they would whisper old names again, not in worship but in recognition. Until that day, the gods would rest. Not dead, not gone, merely dreaming within the bones of the earth. Their stories would become seeds, buried deep, waiting for curiosity to awaken them. In the quiet, Hades sat upon his throne of obsidian and silver, listening. He could still hear faint echoes of prayers that once thundered across time. Each voice, though centuries gone, lingered in the resonance of his realm. Thank you, he murmured, to all who had ever spoken his name with fear, reverence, or awe, for even fear is a form of faith. And so, while the other gods slept, Hades remained awake. Guardian of endings, witness of beginnings, keeper of balance between silence and sound. He alone understood that oblivion is not loss, but pause, the rest between stanzas of an eternal hymn. When mortals dream, they still wander through places shaped by his hand. Caverns, fields, and forgotten roads beneath a sky that never changes. They wake without memory, but the feeling remains. A calm acceptance that what ends is not gone, only resting. Perhaps that is the whisper of Hades himself, traveling through the collective memory of humankind. Not threat, not promise, just truth. Nothing sleeps forever. The gods will wake again as they always do, and when they rise, they will find Hades waiting, Uniged unforgotten, the only god who never needed believers to be real. The halls of Hades are never empty, yet sometimes they feel deserted. Eons pass like single breaths in that quiet kingdom, the torches burning without smoke, the air holding the faint perfume of earth after rain. It was during such a timeless dusk that a stranger came, one unlike any before. No herald announced the soul.
No yayis watid.
The river Styx lapped softly against its obsidian shore as the boat of Charon drifted in without sound. Within it sat a figure neither young nor old, wrapped in a plain gray cloak. They held no coin, yet the ferryman rowed anyway. Something in the stillness commanded respect. When the boat touched stone, the stranger stepped out and looked around as if arriving not at the end of life, but at the threshold of understanding. Is this death? They murmured. Charon only nodded and disappeared back into the mist. Hades watched from afar. He had seen emperors arrive crowned in pride, warriors shouting defiance, poets whispering last verses, but never one so silent. The god descended the stair of black marble and approached. Name yourself, he said. The soul lifted their face. Their eyes were clear, steady. I have none left, they answered. That reply intrigued him. Then why come, nameless one? Those without names drift to asphodel by default. I did not drift, said the visitor. I walked. A pause, then a faint smile from the god. Few find the gate by choice. I had questions that life could not answer. About what? The soul looked around at the endless expanse. The rivers gleaming like veins of light beneath stone. The quiet procession of spirits. The far-off hum that was neither sorrow nor song. About meaning, they said. About what remains when everything else is gone. Hades gestured toward the throne hall. Then walk with me. They crossed the bridge above the Lethe. Below them, souls drank and forgot, their reflections dissolving into the current. They seek peace in forgetfulness, Hades explained. Memory is weight. And you? Do you forget? He hesitated. I remember everything. That is my burden. The stranger studied him. Then we are opposites. They entered the throne chamber, where Persephone sat arranging pomegranate seeds upon a silver dish, 7 in one line, 6 in the other, marking the seasons. She looked up, eyes bright with curiosity. Another hero? Husband? No, said Hades. A pilgrim. Persephone's gaze softened. Then welcome. The soul bowed. I am honored. I wish to see your kingdom as it is, not as poets imagined it. And so they did. Through corridors lined with statues of every age they walked. Each figure was carved from memories. Lovers embracing, soldiers kneeling, mothers holding infants who glowed faintly like dawn through mist. Are they trapped? Asked the soul. No, said Persephone. They are remembered. This is the museum of feeling. We keep what the living discard. Next they visited the fields of asphodel, where countless shades wandered in calm anonymity. These, Hades said, are the lives neither blessed nor cursed, balance made flesh. The stranger watched the drifting multitude and whispered, It is beautiful, beautiful. Hades repeated, surprised. Yes, stillness has its own grace. On earth, silence frightened us. Here it comforts. They walked onward to the edge of Phlegethon, the river of fire. Its glow painted the god's face crimson. And this, he said, is purification. The soul knelt, extending a hand toward the heat but not touching. I thought fire destroyed. It destroys illusion, Hades answered. That is its mercy. The visitor nodded, eyes reflecting the flame. Then perhaps humanity and your realm are not so different. We too burn to become new. When they reached the Elysian fields, Persephone spoke. Here rest those who remembered love even in pain. The air shimmered with invisible laughter, the sound of reunion. The stranger breathed deeply. It smells like spring. Persephone smiled. It is spring always. As they turned back toward the throne, the god asked, What did you seek to learn, coming here alive? The soul considered. Whether death ends the search for truth. And what have you found? That truth was never hidden. Only noise made it seem so. The simplicity of the answer moved even the Lord of Silence. Few mortals reach that clarity without dying first, he said. Then let me leave it behind for those who haven't. Hades regarded the visitor carefully. You wish to return? If you allow it. Return changed or unchanged? The soul smiled faintly. Return awake. The god of death stepped closer, shadows curling like breath around them. He lifted a hand and touched the soul's forehead. Then carry this with you. For an instant, everything stopped. The rivers ceased their flow, the torches froze mid-flame, even Persephone's seeds hung in air. The entire underworld inhaled. When time moved again, the soul stood at the mouth of the cave where they had entered, the air of the mortal world cool against their face. Behind them, Hades' voice echoed softly. When you tell them what you saw, speak gently. The living are fragile with denial. The stranger climbed upward until dawn broke across the horizon. They looked back once more and whispered, He is not darkness. He is balance. No one knows who that last visitor was. Some say a philosopher who meditated too deeply. Others say a dreamer caught between worlds. But in every age since, stories have surfaced of men and women who return from near death speaking calmly of light in the dark, of kindness in silence, of a God who does not punish but understands. Perhaps they carry the same memory, the touch of Hades' hand, the warmth of a flame that burned without pain. Down below, Persephone finishes arranging her seeds. Will more come? She asks. Hades gazes toward the far horizon where the mortal world glimmers faintly like a candle. Always, he says, as long as questions exist. And in that moment, for the briefest heartbeat, the underworld feels almost alive. Not as a tomb, but as a mirror reflecting the endless curiosity of the souls above. The last visitor's footsteps fade, but their echo remains. A rhythm between breaths. A whisper in every human wondering what lies beyond the veil. Darkness is older than light. Before the first dawn ignited the world, there was shadow vast, patient, endless. From it came every spark, every heartbeat, every god. The ancients knew this and did not fear the dark. They called it Nyx, the mother of all beginnings, the sacred womb of potential. Yet over time, mortals forgot. They learned to chase the sun and curse the night, as though half the world were a flaw. But in Hades' realm, where sunlight never reaches, darkness is not enemy. It is element. It breathes. It listens. It reveals. To enter the underworld is to learn what the philosophers meant when they spoke of the hidden half of truth. For there is no vision without contrast, no revelation without obscurity. As the Orphic hymns whisper, light without shadow blinds the soul. Hades walks through this eternal dusk as calmly as one would walk through morning mist. To him, shadow is not void but vocabulary, the language through which existence teaches balance. The torches in his hall burn low not to dispel the dark, but to converse with it. Persephone once asked him, "Do you ever wish for light?" He answered, "Light visits in its own time, but the dark stays to listen." Above, mortals measure light by what it reveals. Below, gods measure darkness by what it protects. Seeds germinate in soil's blackness, pearls grow in the sea's deep gloom, and wisdom itself is born in the quiet after loss. What the living call despair, Hades calls gestation. This truth threads through every myth, though few recognize it. When Demeter mourned Persephone's descent, she cursed the earth into winter. Yet from that grief came renewal. When Orpheus sang in darkness, the underworld wept. Yet from that sorrow came song. And when mortals close their eyes in death, it is not destruction they meet, but understanding. In the sanctuaries of Eleusis, initiates were once blindfolded for the final rite. Only after long silence were the coverings removed. The first sight they saw was a single torch in infinite dark, the symbol of divine knowledge. That illumination means nothing without its opposite. The philosophers echoed this. Plato taught that truth exists not in light or shadow, but in the relationship between them. Heraclitus wrote, "Day and night are one." The Stoics called darkness the teacher of virtue, for only unseen deeds prove sincerity. But it was Hades who embodied the lesson. In him, darkness was not punishment. It was peace. When souls arrived trembling, blinded by fear, he let them stand in silence until their own light adjusted. "See," he would say gently, "you were never lost, only unaccustomed, for vision is adaptation. The eyes of the soul require time to learn the spectrum beyond brightness." To the poets, this was divine irony, that the god most feared by mortals was the one who understood them most completely. They wrote of him not as terror, but as serenity incarnate. In the halls where no shadow falls, there is no form, but in Hades' shade, all shapes are true. Art reflected this paradox. In vase paintings, the underworld scenes were not black on black but glowing with subtle tone, figures defined by absence of color. Sculptors learned to carve depth through shadow, turning marble into meditation. Even temple architects designed sanctuaries where darkness pooled intentionally, teaching worshippers to see with more than eyes. For darkness, properly understood, is clarity stripped of distraction. There are stories whispered among the shades, that sometimes Persephone walks alone through the fields of asphodel carrying a single lamp. The flame barely flickers, yet as she passes, the flowers glow pale silver. The souls turn toward her not because they see the light, but because they recognize the warmth. In that moment, darkness becomes tenderness. Hades, watching from afar, understands that his realm mirrors the human heart. Both are chambers built to hold memory, to preserve the fragile and the forgotten. Without shadow, memory dissolves. It is the dark that keeps the outlines of love intact long after light has passed. Perhaps that is why grief feels endless, because darkness, unlike light, does not fade quickly. It stays, shaping us until we learn its rhythm. And when we finally understand it, we find peace not in escape, but in acceptance. The Orphic said that enlightenment is not a journey upward into brilliance, but a return downward into depth, learning to see within shadow. In that descent lies wholeness. For what is life but alternating seasons of light and dark, of knowing and not knowing, of arrival and letting go? At the farthest edge of his realm, where even sound seems to sleep, Hades keeps a garden. Few know of it. Its flowers bloom only in complete darkness, black petals with veins of faint blue fire. They are called Aetherian, the blossoms of unseen beauty. When Persephone returns each spring to the upper world, she carries one of these flowers hidden beneath her robe. It withers instantly in sunlight, turning to dust. Yet its scent lingers, faint and sweet, reminding her that even absence leaves presence behind. To the god of death, this is the meaning of darkness. Not void, but vessel. Not punishment, but preservation. Within it, all beginnings sleep until called. Within it, love outlasts form, and memory finds shape again. As the last embers of the ancient world fade, perhaps that is the final message of the Greek underworld, that we need not fear the dark because we are made from it. Stars are born in cosmic shadow. Thought arises from the mind's dim corridors. Every dawn begins invisibly, waiting for the courage of night to end. The poet said Hades' throne was carved from the same stone as the first mountain before time. Black not because it lacked color, but because it contained them all. So too with darkness. Within it sleeps every hue, every story, every possibility. And when mortals whisper their prayers into it, thinking no one hears, it listens. It always listens. Darkness is not the opposite of light. It is its echo. And sometimes, echoes are clearer than voices. In the beginning, there was motion without meaning. Then came a weight in the world, a stillness that taught motion its purpose. The ancients called that stillness Hades. He sits upon a throne he never sought, in a kingdom that needs no conquest. Obsidian under his hands, silver veins like frozen lightning in the stone. He listens to the rhythm that keeps existence from breaking. Give, receive, bloom, wither, dawn, dusk. Balance, always balance. Above, the sky lives by spectacle, thunderheads, bright banners of sunrise, the roar of rain. Below, the pulse is quieter. Torches hum, rivers breathe, voices lower to the register where truth is heard. Here the judges weigh intent against act. Here Lethe takes what cannot be carried. Here Phlegethon burns what must be surrendered. Here Elysium returns earned gentleness. Here Asphodel keeps company with the ordinary, whose dignity was invisibility. Every current, every meadow, every chamber repeats the same law in different languages. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is lost. All is transformed. Hades' hand rests on the arm of his throne. In his palm lies a seed, black as night, small as promise. Persephone placed it there when she last returned. For the next spring, she said, and smiled the way seasons smile when they know their cue. He has not planted it. Not yet. Balance means timing as much as intent. He rises and walks the causeway above the Styx. The surface mirrors nothing. It swallows reflection and gives back depth. Hermes glides by on an errand between thresholds. Thanatos passes like a kindly breeze. Far off, Cerberus shifts, 3 heads angled toward 3 horizons. Even among gods, the hound is the clearest lesson. One face watches the living, one the dead, one the road between. The gate is guarded not by fear, but by awareness. Is it equal? Persephone asks when she joins him, torch quiet in her hand. Equal enough to endure, he answers. They walk without speaking. In their silence lives the covenant no oath can hold. She will rise, he will wait. She will descend, he will welcome. Every year the world rehearses that vow with forests and fields. Mortals name it calendar. Gods call it return. Between her first step upward and her last downward, the scales never stop moving. Grief to joy, hunger to harvest, heat to rest. It is not a loop that traps. It is a circle that carries. They pause at the basalt bridge above Phlegethon. The fire murmurs its patient grammar. Within the glow appear images the living often mistake for punishment. A tyrant shaping stones until the lost city remembers its streets. A deceiver learning honesty by seeing it. A warrior setting down his sword and lifting a child he once forgot to know. The god of death does not speak. Fire is explanation enough. Do they hate you? Persephone asks softly. They fear me, he says. Fear is often the first word for unfamiliar mercy. In the asphodel plain, a breeze moves without source. Souls drift like pale reeds, brushing one another, unstartled by eternity. From time to time, a light rings outward. A name spoken on the surface, a libation poured, a memory returned to circulation. Flowers open, close, open, balance made visible. The Elysian fields are not distant. They are adjacent, as kindness is adjacent to courage. Here the air holds the weightlessness of work completed. Nobody arrives by accident. Nobody stays by theft. There is laughter that does not cut, recognition without hunger, songs that end without disappointment because endings here are frames, not walls. Hades rarely lingers. Reward speaks for itself. At the far rim of the realm, stone steps lead to a garden no map records. Etherean blooms in full darkness, faint blue veins running through black petals like stars learning to be veins. Persephone grazes one bloom with her finger. The flower answers with scent, not color. Hades pockets the seed she lays in his palm. He will plant it when winter has made sufficient room for spring. Once, Persephone says, I wished for a world with only light. And, he asks, I would have gone blind. She smiles. You taught me contour. He inclines his head. Praise sits on him like snowfall. Absorbed, altering nothing and everything. They return to the throne hall. The judges confer quietly. Their scales are neither golden nor iron, but stone, heavy, patient, exact. Hades moves past them to the steps of his seat. He does not sit. He watches. From this vantage, the realm becomes geometry. Arcs of souls moving like constellations, lines of judgment bending towards center, circles of return closing at the pace of comprehension. If the cosmos has a map, it is a diagram of patience. He remembers the old catastrophes, the day Sisyphus learned that control is a slope, the day Tantalus learned that theft is thirst, the day Ixion discovered that desire without reverence spins to fire. He remembers Heracles, who proved that strength is restraint, Theseus, who learned that ambition seated becomes a prison, Orpheus, who taught that silence is the last note of music, Odysseus, who realized that to go home is to accept terms with the unseen god. Every story reduces to the same element. Balance regained where imbalance once called itself victory. Above, cities forget and remember in alternating centuries. New temples, new names, identical hopes. The gods sleep, dream, wake. Hades neither sleeps nor wakes. He keeps. His devotion is not to worship but to continuity. If history is a harp, he is the peg that keeps the string from unraveling. A soul approaches the dais, neither hero nor villain. A woman carrying absence like a careful bundle. I left words unsaid, she whispers. Hades touches her brow, a gesture without spectacle. Then say them. To whom? To the shape inside you, he answers. All words find their owners here. She closes her eyes. When she opens them, the bundle is gone. No miracle, only equilibrium. Release equals reception. She bows and moves away lighter by exactly what she put down. The math is not moral. It is precise. Persephone sets her torch on the step. Will they ever see you clearly? They will when they need to, he says. What will they see? Not a scythe, a scale. Above ground, snow softens rooftops. Seeds bide. Somewhere a parent teaches a child to speak a name at a grave. Somewhere a miner touches a tunnel wall and leaves a coin. Somewhere a physician stands at a bedside and whispers to the room, though the room hears with the underworld's ears. You have done enough. Balance in 1,000 dialects, spoken across one reality. Cerberus stirs. The gates breathe. Sharon counts quietly without numbers. The Furies sleep with open eyes. Guardians of the hinge no one sees. Hermes crosses the threshold as easily as thought. Thanatos folds his wings like a soft door closing. The hymn of the dead rises, not lament but resonance, and the halls fill with the sound that makes silence legible. At last Hades sits. The throne receives him as the night receives stars, not as ruler, but as context. He opens his hand. The seed glints darkly. Now, Persephone says. He nods. The god of the underworld presses the seed into soil held in a small basin beside the throne. No light falls there. None is needed. In that darkness, the future begins its work, slow and sure. Balance is not a verdict. It is a craft. When the seed breaks, when the first root takes hold, nothing changes in the hall, and everything does. The lesson completes itself with the quiet of inevitability. Endings are the edges that make beginnings legible. Hades closes his eyes, not to sleep, but to listen. The realm answers with a single truth that needs no voice. What falls returns. What burns clarifies. What ends teaches. What is held in balance endures. And so the God whom mortals feared reveals, without proclamation, the oldest law: the universe does not love victory. It loves equilibrium. If you understand that, you are already halfway home. The torch is steady. The rivers breathe. The throne does not move. Yet the world is newly aligned above and below by the gentlest calibration in existence, the hand that refuses to take more than it gives. What story begins when all stories end? The one that knows how to start again. And as the final echoes fade beneath the earth, remember, darkness was never the enemy, only the other half of light. Rest easy, traveler. For tonight, even the god of death keeps gentle watch until the dawn returns.